Fed's Kashkari says White House economic advisor Hassett's comments about Fed staff research were just another step to try to compromise the Fed's independence. According to the PM, Iran are to face a response it can't imagine if it attacks Israel. So that's coming from Netanyahu. Also, Fed's Kashkari says the Fed is committed to making the best decision based on data and analysis and aim to avoid other distractions. Kashkari says, I am optimistic about AI. Almost all businesses are finding benefits from using it. And Kashkari says, crypto is utterly useless. Kashkari says AI could be a boost to productivity in the next 5 to 10 years. Kashkari says the Fed is cautious about using AI internally, though, with strong guardrails against giving access of confidential data. Kashkari says it's not clear what a stablecoin can do beyond what Venmo and other similar services already offer. 1 minute now until we get the markets on open imbalance. 10 seconds. Market on open imbalance. S&P 500 a sell side of 123 million, Nasdaq 100 sell side 3 million, Dow 30 sell side 2 million, Mag 7 flat. Kashkari says the US is structurally short of housing. Interest rates may be part of that, but so are zoning and material and labor costs. So Trump has arrived at the Board of Peace meeting. We do have a live video on the feed just slightly further down, also on the calendar as well. Kashkari says, I do not take the national debt into account in setting short-term interest rates. That is a fiscal policy issue. And says, AI investment is probably driving up the neutral rate. Kashkari says, I'm not sure the Fed could shrink the balance sheet without fundamental changes. So in 10 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, we get the US pending home sales change month over month for January, forecast 2% on the prior minus 9.3%, and the index saw a prior read of 71.8%. We also get the Eurozone consumer confidence flash for February, forecast minus 12 on the prior minus 12.4. So in 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we get the US pending home sales change month over month for January. Forecast 2% on the prior -9.3%, and the pending homes index saw a prior read of 71.8. We also get the Eurozone consumer confidence of February prelim, forecast -12 on the prior -12.4. One minute remaining. I'll lead with US pending home sales change month over month. Trump says I will go to China in April. Data in 10 seconds. minus 0.8%, minus 0.8%, lower than forecast 2%. The index at 70.9, 70.9. Still waiting on the leading index and Eurozone data. Leading index change minus 0.2%, minus 0.2%, in line with expectations. Trump says good talks being had with Iran. Says we have to make a meaningful deal with Iran. Trump says we'll find out over maybe 10 days about peace in the Middle East. That's Trump saying we'll find out about Iran in 10 days. The US International Trade Commission are to probe the USMCA automotive rules of origin. Trump says, I think Hamas will give up weapons or will be harshly met. That's Trump saying Hamas are to be harshly met if they don't give back weapons. Trump says we do have some work to do with Iran. Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. The US updates Russia-related sanctions, excuse me. So again, the US updates Russia-related sanctions. And Eurozone consumer confidence coming out late here, minus 12.2, lower than forecast, minus 12. Trump says, I don't think it will be necessary to send soldiers to fight. So this is in relation to a headline Trump did make previously about Gaza, saying Trump says he's committed to achieving a Gaza that is properly governed and doesn't think it will be necessary to send soldiers to fight. Trump says now is the time for Iran to join us on a path to peace. Iran must make a deal or bad things will happen. In 10 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, we get the EIA weekly natural gas change. Forecast is a draw of 149 BCF on the prior draw of 249 BCF. We're also expecting comments from Fed's Goolsbee, who's giving opening remarks at a conference on financial crises in conjunction with the Yale Program on Financial Stability and the Chicago Fed. No indication whether a text or Q&A is expected. We do have a live video, though. It's pinned to the calendar. We'll get it out on the feed as well.
Not a whole hell of a lot going on, right? All right, check 1 2. Check 1 2. All right. Not a whole hell of a lot going on here. Not a whole hell of a lot to do either. Just hang tight here, guys. This is like the nosebleeds. Fear is high again. Fear and greed is going up again. Just a second here, guys. I was wondering if this, when we swept the low this morning, let's go take a look at this chart together. So this low that we took out this morning here, not good. We didn't do it yesterday, but we sure as shit did it this morning. There's like two frustrations here. So we've got the stalling activity that took place here yesterday. This is the same setup as Tuesday, right? Can't hold on, so blasts back down here. We did not unlock new lows on yesterday's close, but we did this morning. So there is the downside is now unlocked as of this morning. there's something else going on here too, which is the failure to break out above. Just so you can see that right there. Here and here, and then the failure to break out above here puts buyers in a weird position here. So you've got the unlock that took place this morning. We're still in major downtrend over here. We're not above the daily trigger. So you kind of need to be above the daily trigger. Taking along here is a fool's errand. You kind of need to be above this daily trigger, a couple of these, and then the hourly and the half an hour coming up to be in relative safety. So I think buying a dip here is kind of foolish at the moment. This is where when you hear me say things like you want the Marines to come in, you want FOMO gang to come in and push us up here, basically. And then you swoop in like a knight in shining armor, like the army. And you take that long right here. And the reason that you shouldn't be taking along here is because of FOMO gang, right? Like, what happens up here? Sell it down. Come up here, sell it down. And there's also this like looming downside risk over here. There's like a cup and handle going on over here. So you got this one right here, right? Bam. There's number 2, and you're kind of stuck in there. There's something else that we talked about last week. I was showing you. I'll have to break out the chart, but I posted this chart for you last week on Friday, I think.
So in 5 minutes time now, at the bottom of the hour, we do get the US weekly EIA natural gas
change. Up showing you last week
forecast for a draw of 149 BCF on the prior draw.
Voice news disconnected.
It was something like this, and then you don't break out until after the 1st over here in March. So you could like fuck around over here. Like you hit the OPEX, come back down, hit the month end, come back down, and then we don't really escape until March for a big blow off up here. Let me just draw that in really quick. So what it ends up looking like is I can't say this is going to happen, but what you come up into like where's the end of the month? Yeah, right in here. And then you come back down, and then we're out of here finally. Something like this. And you get those new March flows. I can't say this is going to happen, but it's nonsense like this, right? Where you just kind of like grind, then you finally unclenched. Now tomorrow is OPEX. There is potential for an OPEX unwind where there's like snap up here, then back down here, and then the same shit. So, and there is on OPEX, there's a 700 bar up here. So there is potential to squeeze up here, but you don't want to take that squeeze unless you're above to take it. Like you want to be above this plane right here. And that's what I just talked to you about, the up, down, and then we start moving. So you can't take that trade just yet. And if that's the case, then you got to look lower. There really is, just looking at it like this, there's no long here. You can look at it just like this. There's no long here. We have to be able to swing high, 1, 2, take that out, and then try to catch a dip to trade this. This is relative safety up here too, because now you've got daily or price, hourly trigger, daily trigger. It's improving conditions, but without being up there, this is a fool's errand, right? You've got the low. You've got the high, and it would be stupid to not think we're not going to come down here or not be waiting down here for a dip, and especially opening the door this morning down here. Now it wasn't in cash market, but if we end up closing this, we opened it actually over here. We opened it like before pre-market, so. This is after cash market open, but we did it in pre-market. So it's just a matter of the door is open to the downside. Don't get too freaked or don't get too excited as a bull. This is not the place for you to buy a dip. You either want to be buying the dip lower or you want to be buying the dip above the daily trigger with the hourly underneath you. It would look something like this. If you want to see exactly what it would look like, this is the hourly trigger coming up. You'd literally want to allow price to come up here, 1, 2, come back down, or it's slightly higher because you want the daily trigger underneath too. And then you can take that nice, beautiful long hair in relative safety. The daily trigger is right here, by the way. So you got to have the daily trigger underneath you, hourly trigger, price above. So there's just no point in getting along here. There's too dangerous. If anything, there's threat of a big downside move. And not only that, tomorrow is tomorrow being OPEX, we're all looking for a squeeze higher into 689, I think is the pin right now. But OPEX unclenches can unclench the downside too. So we catch an unclench. We didn't get an unclench on Vixpiration. So if it winds up into OPEX when we make a downside move instead of an upside one, you're going to be in a lot of pain. So I wouldn't do anything here if you're a buyer. You can see right here, we haven't moved. This is 9:30. I didn't think we were going to move. There's another play here where we just trade sideways. This is 4 p.m. right here. There is another trade here where situation improves. So we just hit that target right there. You see it? So we've already done this one right here. We've done that down move and this down move. The way is lower in my view. But if there is like a plan Z where we just grind, maybe catch the unclench to the upside on OPEX or post OPEX over the weekend. But there's nothing to do here. I don't even know if as a seller you want to sell this. Maybe we can watch it closely. What we can do here is look at this prior low right here. If you want to be a seller, this is cash market right here. If you want to be a seller, hey Cap, I'm more bearish than you are here. I'm not really bearish or bullish here. I'm just neutral. But if you are more, if you're thinking more, hey, let's sell this fucker down into tomorrow, or OPEX unwind's going to be bearish to the downside or something, you can see they tried to sell it right here at 10, and they'll try to sell it again at 12. We're definitely not in trend day either, and we're in the OPEX vortex bullshit too. There's a little bit of that going on too, where we're kind of wound in. So let's look at this here. If you wanted to get all bared up today, just remember this yellow line right here. If we come into, let's say 11 o'clock, 11:30, there's 11. There's 11:30. You can see the sell signal here. This is the attempt at selling. So let's say they come back in. Let's say sell side comes back in at 11:30, 11:30, somewhere in here. Right up in here. So you get some kind of a move up here. Close the gap. And they're already starting at 12 o'clock. If we can get that, sorry about that. If we can catch this like new low, I would consider selling this into the close. And this could be later in the day too. If we get a downside unwind on a Thursday before OPEX, typically at like 132, it'll look pretty bullish, and it'll get shanked into the close. So there's not a lot to do here. There really isn't. We have to like catch the breakout, or we have to look for the breakdown, one or the other. It's kind of like diddling in the middle. That's a better way to describe this. We're diddling in the middle. Don't do it. There's no point. The old gym bros are right here. So I don't see any trade in here. These guys could be right here. They could be right in here, just hammering. So you kind of have to take these guys' stops out. You kind of have to like get above them, take their stops, smash them again, and then start partying to the upside. You need the hourly trigger up here. So there's nothing really to do here at the moment. I want to say that there is, but there isn't. And yesterday, end of day, not good. Stalling again. And then this morning's low is not good. Not productive, at least. To put risk on with an edge. There is a gap up here. We'll watch and see if they step back in again and try to sell this one more time. I'm assuming they're gonna. There's a pretty fair chance they're gonna attempt to try to sell this down one more time. So if you want to take a 10-minute trade or something like that, up here, close this, and you know that they're gonna try again. You know they're gonna try up in here into the 12 o'clock hour to sell this fucker down again. Give me a second here. I'll look at the a few things and see if there's some trades we can look at. There's something else too, which is there's a couple things I want to look at this morning. So hold on here. I got to do a few things here. Heightened geopolitical tensions push stocks lower, extending a rally in oil. Pressuring treasuries amid inflation, rising inflation concerns as caution took hold. The S&P 500 snapped its rebound from a tech-driven sell-off. Oh God, so bullshit. The fucking story that they tell. It's kind of it's pure comedy here. Here, give me a second here. Just look at this. There's a little bit of a cup and handle here too. Let me just see if these guys got taken out yet. Yeah, it looks like they got taken out right about there. So we should go up here this time. Well, let's see. I think we can get up here, but the sellers are right in here. We'll see if we can close this gap up here. Geopolitical, hold on a second here. Oil's gonna go to $500, bro. Hold on a second, guys. I was thinking about the Iran U.S. confrontation.
Delivering opening remarks live now. Again, we do have a live video on the feed.
Yeah, 6,900. We can hit that one. It's right here. I think we can hit this. Where is hang tight here. There's a squeeze in here. There's a bigger squeeze in here. Hold on. We might be able to jump over here. It might be improving here, so hold on. Where is number one? PT1 is right here. R1 up here. That's PT3, I guess. There might be a quick trade to the upside. This is PT2. It's PT1 right about here. The big danger, though, is that the sellers are here. They're like right over there. They're right here. They're right in here. Young Jim Bros are right here. You want to know where they are? Young Jim Bros right there. These are the big old Jim Bros are up here. They're right here. So this is all marine stuff. Leave this to the believers. Give me one quick second here. Set that up over there. Let's check. CL's got a nice bid on it right now. Check out CL. It's got a nice bid on it. Check Brent really quick. Brent's looking a little sloppy. Young Jim Bros right there. Price target 680, 653. Here, I'll draw it a little bit cleaner. See if we can catch something like this right here. Still a dirty trade. I don't like it. Might have another trade for you here. Hold on. Check out LB this morning. Let's look. I guess I charted this out already. This is LB. Land Bridge Company. They're making their way higher. And they're breaking out right now. There's a prior high right here. And they're looking to break out over here. So you can see this. We've got the prior high beat over here. Do you see this right here? So this is your prior high. You got another prior high right here. Maybe able to jump on this trade just a little bit higher, back test, and then a nice push up here to take out 72 and 70.50. So Land Bridge Company, LB. There's another cool one. We'll check out this one too. This is BKV. We've already talked to you about these. This one's breaking out right now. Brad's got a little bit more to go to the upside up here. Target price $35. Breaking out right now to the upside. This one actually looks pretty good too because you've got nice clean breakout up here. LB trying to trade $35. Come back down in here, swoop back down into, this is later in the year, but LB and BKV. We've charted these already for you in the past. They've been following expectations very nicely so far. BKV and LB. Now let me look at the, so net gamma. 675 is if you want to buy a deep dip, 675. Target price is 700. On a one date basis, 675 and 690. So here's 690 right up here. There's your PT3. And then 675 to the downside. So not much for today. Two dates for Friday, 693. So 693 is the expected OPEX pin. There is a big, a large gamma bar above at 7,000 or 700, 7,000, whatever. And then the 3-day gamma for Monday, the top is 693. So even if we get up to 693 or whatever, there is a there's another gamma bar above it at 700, a good green bar after Monday. But let's check something else here. The heat map's still down at 675 as well, so not much to do here. And this is all dangerous up here. I just want you to know that there's sellers here. They're up here. So like everything looks clean to go up here, but at any moment they'll try to step in and crush it, pound it down. So grind sideways and looming sellers above, or supply at least. I don't know if I'd call them sellers, but supply. I think the selling is done, but there's nothing holding us up here. So like these sellers, if supply comes in the form of a spread holder or a dealer that has supply for you above, there's nothing holding us up from not trading 675. So those are the two stocks that I gave you were LB and BKV. Another thing just a quick warning for tomorrow. If your stock has performed very well this month, whatever thing that you're in, be aware that dealers will not want to pay those monthly premiums and options on end of month. So maybe your stock has been partying all month long, and you might come into tomorrow and find that your stock gets blooded to the depths of hell. If your stock has been murdered all month long, there's a fair chance that your stock might come back into tomorrow or Monday or the end of the day tomorrow on OPEX. Just be very wary on OPEXs. It means more on quarterly OPEX, but on monthly OPEX, you might have a plan for that day and it goes terribly wrong from your plan. It's not quite a binary event, but it kind of is. It kind of is to a point where the things that you think may not work on that one day. And it's more a matter of trying to the vacuum cleaner or the cleaning company coming in to clean out your options chain. So just be aware of that into tomorrow for OPEX. Otherwise, a little bit more up and look for sellers above. They are up here. There is some kind of a target up here at 690. It's right up here. There. I don't think the trade is clean. I don't like it. I think it's too trappy, knowing that these sellers are up here, and there's too much of a chasm underneath. Let me see here. There's a lot of talk about the number one, or Epstein. The fucking Epstein. The shit is it's unwinding a little bit. They arrested Prince Andrew this morning. I think the UK arrested Prince Andrew this morning. There's a lot of fallout starting to leak out of that stuff. So we have that risk going on. If there's any fallout, I don't know if there'll be fallout in the US or not. I can't say that there will or won't, but it's still dangerous. When we went through the Watergate scandal, there was volatility present in the stock market due to the Watergate scandal. The market actually recovered once there was some closure. I think when Nixon stepped down, the market actually recovered a little bit. It wasn't because it was Nixon per se; it was the volatility surrounding the scandal, which just added volatility to the stock market. So it's not because it's Trump or because of this or because of that. It's just that the cloud surrounding the politics. There's also talk to, I think Pam Bondi said, we can't prosecute all these people because it'll bring the whole entire system down or something like that. I don't believe that'll happen. But the idea, though, is still there. If it was to unwind even more, it could trap in people. If there's like videos or anything, or the wrong people are, we had either a representative yesterday or a senator say some really bad stuff publicly in a press conference yesterday.
So just keep in mind that the ECB have released an interview with ECB's
Elderson. If those
Elderson.
files went public, it could be pretty. We could see a downstroke on
So we can
that.
see if there's any monetary policy comments in here. We have posted the
Voice news disconnected.
We got a vacuum cleaner going or something. The other thing is just geopolitical risk, which is the Iran-USA thing. there's a lot of commentary out there that I think it's the Fitzgerald or something. The aircraft carrier is heading out towards the Straits of Gibraltar, and I don't know when they arrive. They say they arrive maybe this weekend, but weather matters, and that current matters, and that and even when they arrive, I find it hard to believe they're gonna start operations over the weekend. Maybe. But it's a large force. Like, this force has to coordinate. They have to make sure that everybody is where they're supposed to be, and you don't want to have friendly fire accidents. You also have to think about the logistics that need to be coordinated and in place. This would be refueling with lubricants, munitions, personnel. And then flight patterns. You name it. There's a lot going on. And then Iran has, I keep saying Iran like a fucking, like, Iran. But Iran has ballistic missiles too. I want you to think about the armada that's there. I don't know that operations would I don't know, it's a hard thing to gameplay. If you were the US, if you were going to attack Iran, there's an argument for preemptively striking before they can launch missiles at our flotilla as quickly as possible before they can launch. There's a lot of risk as well. If you're a sailor, or if you have sailors in your family, or Navy men in your family, it's a very dangerous operation what they're doing right now. And it's mostly because Iran has guided munitions, accurate guided munitions that can reach. They think that most of their missiles can do like 1,500 kilometers or something like that on average, and they have a very robust missile system. It doesn't mean that we can't overwhelm them with force, but there's some risk there with U.S. Ships out in the middle of an ocean, right? So do I think that there's an attack over the weekend because of this OPEX? Yes. We normally attack countries just post OPEX, but at the same time, the logistics to coordinate such a large fighting force, that normally takes time. In my time in the military, they have a saying called "hurry up and wait" in the military, and it's real. It's real. You can get staged. You can get. I've gotten orders before, deployment orders. Spin the whole entire thing up, and then you're just sitting there with your thumb up your ass for weeks. So I don't know that for sure that's going to happen this weekend. I know that the news is all over it, social media is all over it, but from my experience, I would expect that aircraft carrier to arrive, do a bunch of refueling and lubricants and munitions and drills, and then communications between different I forget what they're called now, but basically people you're fighting with that you're not there with. That could take weeks. I'm being serious here. That shit could take like weeks. And if you wanted and there's two issues here. Like, you can make an argument to attack them Iran before they do something with their missiles, or you lull them into a sense of nothing's going to happen. Nothing ever happens. And that's where you get bored stiff over a couple weeks, and then they attack. So there's that too. I don't know that Iran would preemptively attack, just preemptively attack. That's probably in their best interest to do that. If I was Iran, that's what I would do. I'd preemptively attack the United States forces. But it's like Saddam. You're in a bubble and you don't think it's going to happen. They're never going to attack us like that. They're just going to sit off the coast and saber rattle us. But so I can't predict exactly what's going to happen with that. If I had to guess, though, if you want to know the truth, my opinion on this, like my own personal opinion, I don't think we attack until like mid to late March. I think we amass all those troops over there. We saber rattle for a little bit, lull them into a sense of security. Nothing's going to happen, right? Nothing ever happens, and then something does happen. So that's what I think, but I could be wrong. I think it's a little wanton to be having an aircraft carrier show up and then they're not prepared for combat operations. I think it's very dangerous for U.S. combatants. We're that big. We can go slow. We're like this big giant elephant. So we did that in Iraq too. We did a big build up and then we warned them. And then it was over quickly. It was over quicker than you'd think. I don't know about geopolitical risks over the weekend. If you're thinking about like what happens over the weekend, is it bad for markets? If it is, you buy it. Most of the time, so if we had, let's say they attack this weekend, and you see a market low come Monday morning or something at 675 or whatever it is down there, you should buy it. In every outcome, it's good for the U.S. The only time it hasn't been good and has been delayed, uppies and stock market, is if something tragic happens to the U.S., which you would know by the weekend if something went wrong with that operation. If you have family members in the Navy serving over there, like fair winds, like may currents be carrying you forward. Like, I think it's an extremely dangerous operation personally. I don't think Iran will win or anything, but I don't like I don't like sitting out in the middle of the fucking ocean with against like a nation with ballistic missiles that can be guided. I don't like it. It's one of the things about like the Air Force and the Navy that I served briefly with the Air Force, or I was attached to an Air Force base once, and the one thing about the Navy and the Air Force, like it's a great military career, but you're a sitting duck. You are the main target. Air Force bases are the main target, and naval ships are the main target. It's kind of like a saw. Well, they don't use saws anymore. They use a lot of M244 Bravo or 244 Bravos now. But when I was in, it was saws, and you were the guy that stood out. Everyone wanted to take you out. So you bright. You had big shiny big shiny bullets that made yourself light up at nighttime, and it's kind of the thing about being in the Navy and the Air Force is you're a sitting duck. You're generally a sitting duck. So my prayers are with you if you have family members that are serving over there right now, that they're safe, that no harm comes to them. Okay, so I wouldn't do anything here. If it's me, don't touch this. Don't touch it up. Don't touch it down. If it begins to bleed and starts to roll to the downside, you've got the yellow line. We can take that trade together. If we get sent back down here, we make a new low. We can take that trade together, party to the downside. We'll trade it to 675. We'll let the Marines come in here and take out, fight all of this sell side up here. And if these guys can take this out, we'll be free and clear to take a nice long to the upside. But for right now, don't mess with the market. It's just like 2 days ago. Just don't mess with it. It's where traders go to die, so just don't touch it. Even with the grind here, don't mess with it. There's no points, but there's easier trades out there. This is not one of them. The other thing too today is we do get Trump speaking about the economy, but it's not until 4 p.m. So if we grind sideways, maybe we can catch that trade on the upside. I don't expect him to be here on time today. I will say one thing on Trump's speeches at 4 p.m. In my experience, with Trump speaking at 4 on the economy, we usually tank. And then we come back the next day and he repairs it at 8 in the morning. I can't say it's going to happen today, but just be aware of, and this was during COVID, his 4 p.m. speeches were always bad. You'd be, we're going to go long, and then he's late. He waits until after the close. The market fucking tanks after the bell. and then he'd come back out and change his taco time at 8:30 in the morning, and then the market would be saved again. So I don't think there's any edge in that. There might be this time, this go around, but I don't see any edge in it. And we're not moving. We're just we're grinding just sideways right now. We're not going anywhere at the moment. So just hang tight, watch the market. If I see anything that looks good, trade, I'll let you know. If I take a trade, I'll let you know too. If I put a trade on, I'll come on the show and be like, hey, there's a trade. Or I'll come in the Discord and tell you too, if that helps. But I'm not taking any trades here. Flat, nothing. No selling, no buying. And we haven't gone anywhere, have we? And just look at that. We haven't gone nowhere. We're just parked. We haven't gone nowhere. There is I mean, you can see it right here. I mean, there is a nice little cup in here, but even so, like, you're up here and you're like, there's 1, 2, 3, and it's like shanked to the downside. So too dangerous. Too much sell side pressure on the upside for my taste. I'm not willing to trade it. Grinding, trying to break out here into 12 p.m. And we'll watch and see what happens up here at 12 and see if there's any kind of trade up here. I'll still make this one trade here. Yeah, we'll get price there. We're just not going to get it. We're just not going to get it where you make any money in options, in my view. Leave that right there. And they're just up here waiting again up here. I just don't like that they're up here. I don't like they're right here. This is the young Jim Bros. There's the old Jim Bros looking to sell. Not enough points. Leave that right there.
Payments. Also
Let me see if
seeing
there's any other
the
trades I can find.
US
Give me a few minutes there in the background.
Treasury there to auction $89 billion in 3-month bills, February 23rd, settling on February 26th. They're also selling $77 billion in 6-month bills, February 23rd, settling on the 26th. $44 billion in 7-year notes on February 26th, settling on March 2nd.
I'm still here.
$69 billion in 2-year notes on February 24th, settling on March 2nd, and $70 billion in 5-year notes, February 25th, to settle on March 2nd.
So one other thing here. Yesterday I was reading about. I read the minutes yesterday. Let's talk about the minutes really quick. I read the minutes yesterday. I read the minutes yesterday, and then I read a take on the minutes yesterday that I was like, I disagreed with it.
Despite
so
recent depreciation, the dollar's value against major currencies is close to historical averages over the past decade, and the currency markets can be volatile.
I read another take on the minutes this morning. I'm not going to post it for you in the Discord because it's a lot of explaining to explain something simply. So the explanations that I've read come off as I need a story to tell you, and simplified. If you really want like top line simplified, the Fed is they're in the wrong place. Is the best way to describe it. And this is an argument that can be argued from two different sides. the Fed likely should have continued to ease to help help market performance, so that they can come in and tighten from a lower point. And they're in this weird place right now where they really can't tighten and they can't loosen, but they don't have a lot to give on either side either. So if something bad were to happen, like if inflation was to run out of control, 2 cuts isn't going to help. Not inflation, excuse me, stagflation. 2 cuts won't help. So they're like in this like middle place right now. They're kind of stuck behind a rock and a hard place. So they kind of need something to happen before they can act either way. Whether they're loosening or tightening, it's not just pause. It's the pause isn't good either. Like pausing when you're like cutting rates down to 0 or hiking and then pausing, pretty easy. When you're in the middle like this, it's not an easy thing to do either, hike or cut. So like the hand wringing over it is a little bit too much for me to I've just read the story about it, and I'm like, you don't need to say that much. It's just a matter of you can't do either right now for where where they are. It's a dangerous place because it brings up like if you only have a couple cuts left, you got a couple 2.5 points or something to take away. It's not a ton. So it like brings up the idea of creating money, printing money, which no one wants to do. And then on the flip side of that, how much tightening can you do? And you really, I guess you could go much higher, but there's not a lot to do here with that, with cutting or loosening at this point with the minutes. I think they should have cut. Let inflation start ramping, and then flip into a tightening cycle. But they're kind of in a can't do anything phase right now. They need something to happen. Is the best way to describe it. They need something positive or negative to happen so they can act. I'll be right back with you guys. puts are like they've juiced the fucking put chain for tomorrow. Like 675s are 86 cents. Fucking fucking 675 tomorrow, 85 cents. That is fucking insano. Yep, they all own the puts. They own the puts. Kill all the puts. $0.85. Fuck on out of here. That's a 16 delta trade for 86 cents for tomorrow. Jesus Christ.
The Fed bids for 4-week bills total $293.8 million. So in 10 minutes time now, at the bottom of the hour, the US is due to sell $105 billion in 4-week bills, with a prior high yield of 3.63% and a prior bid cover of 2.78. In 5 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, the US is due to sell $105 billion in 4-week bills. The prior high yield was 3.63%, and the prior bid to cover was 2.78.
God, I'm looking at that price action in there. Look at that shit. Nowhere, 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 nowhere. Murder in the chain.
Shortly expecting results from the US 4-week bill auction.
Do not take a trade in here. Don't touch it. Oh, we need stagflation to get. What did you write? What did you write? Don't we need stagflation to get consumer goods prices back to wages? No. That is not the job of the Fed. No. I haven't read that anywhere inside the Fed's mandate. Look at that price action. That is fucking disgusting. Look at that. Look at that. It's disgusting. Right back down again, burn all your calls. Up again, burn all your puts. Down again, burn all your calls. Up again, burn all your puts. Back down again. I'm watching the chain right now. It's getting annihilated. The chain is getting fucking lit the fuck up right now. I'm actually surprised that they're burning the call side right now. The put side's getting annihilated too, but I am impressed that, or puts remain bid to some extent. Puts have more IO in them. There's short dated puts are the game right now for people along the market. So they're hedging on SPY. And they're going farther and farther and farther out of the money right now. I just looked at 675p for tomorrow. There were 90 something cents. 86, 84, 85. They were 90 earlier. That's fucking insane. That's 100. That's 100 points lower. More than that. 112 points lower. Well, right now, what are we put trade? What are we at right now? 685. Yes, 100 points lower for 86 cents for puts tomorrow. Out of your fucking skull. Just grind, grind, grind here, folks.
So the 4-week bill high rate of 3.625%, 3.625%, and a bid to cover of 2.94, 2.94. So the US sold $105 billion and awarded 37.02% of bids at higher.
Voice news disconnected.
Is Josie still home, Aaron?
We're shortly expecting the Freddie Mac mortgage rate numbers. One minute remaining for the EIA inventories numbers. I'll lead with crude oil inventories.
Still no trade here for me. It's just murder botting. That's it. You can see we've gone nowhere. No up, no down. Willing to take a downside trade, but you see this low back here. Just so if you guys are watching here, you see this low right here. This is your intraday low at 9:30. You need to see the second low.
Crude oil inventory is a draw of 9.014 million. That's a draw of 9.014 million, lower than the expected build of 1.65 million. Gasoline inventory is a draw of 3.213 million, a draw of 3.213 million, lower than the expected draw of 0.332 million. Distillate inventories, a draw of 4.566 million, a draw of 4.566 million, lower than the expected draw of 1.95 million, and Cushing inventories, a draw of 1.095 million. WTI crude seeing a little bit of move to the upside following the larger than expected storage draw in crude and other inventories.
leave that right here for you. See it. We'd be looking for would be something like this. Hold on here. You can get underneath right here. You'd start selling that right there, but we're not there yet, so there's no point.
So Freddie Mac 30-year fixed rate mortgages at 6.01% from February 19th, 15 years at 5.35%. And we have posted out the EIA weekly inventories report on the feed for those interested. So according to the EIA, US crude imports from Saudi Arabia rose in the latest week to the highest since 2022.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. A little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. Little bit more. Go right up there and touch it. me a second here, guys. I just took a trade with the Discord. Okay, so let me explain this better to you, if I can. If you look at if you just open up SPY options chain for tomorrow, not today. Look at the chain for tomorrow. If you look at that chain, so we're trading right now 685, and it's a little bit under, but basically 685, right? If you look at that chain and you look at 675p for tomorrow, let's go look at it together. So you don't really need me to know this. You can, if you should spend time watching options chains. You can easily and quickly kind of see what's going on. Like, everybody says that, like, we go down because of this or that, or we go up because of this or that, but it's truly like a lot of the market trades because of the options market. Not always, but frequently, depending on who the market participants are in the market. So let's look at, we know that single tickers were bought, right? We know, like, everybody piled into tech and all that kind of shit. I got to tell you about that too, because there's still arguments. Like, there's this dumbbell trade. Like, the street is making these arguments right now that, like, don't do this and don't do that. Like, all boats go up and down at the same time. Like, I'll be honest with you guys. Like, if we're risk on, you should take on TMT, like, every time. Like, generally. Anyways, that's not my point. The point I'm trying to make to you is, if you look at 675 for tomorrow in puts, not 675, yes, yeah, I got that right. 675. Give me a second here. I'm trying to catch up. Not today, for tomorrow. God damn, dude, like, seriously. So 675 puts are 87 cents. That's very expensive. I don't know if you know anything about options, but 87 cents bid for a 675 put for tomorrow is big. It's a lot of money. It's expensive. That's if you trade SPY, it's 10 points, but if you trade like SPX or ES, it's 100 fucking points. That's a big move. So it's giving you some basic information. It's telling you that puts remain bid. It's telling you that not only do puts remain bid, let's say, like, in the money puts, but it's creeping, or the bid is creeping into outside the money puts. So there are traders out there that are likely long the markets with underlying, and they're all loading up with what is perceived as cheap puts. Now those cheap puts are no longer cheap. Those OTM puts are no longer cheap. They're expensive. So those puts should be like 30 cents, maybe 30 cents. So they're like 3 times what they're truly valued at, what they should be fair value right now. So that tells you, it gives you a bunch of information. It tells you that more than likely people are along the market. They're loading up on OTM because they're cheaper, but they're not really cheaper anymore either. So there's a lot of information there. So there's people that need to see the market go down or go up, right? If you're long the market and we go up, you're safe. Your cheap puts don't matter. But then there's this other thing where people are buying puts that are more expensive than they should be. So they want to see this drop, right? Or they don't own the market. They own 80-cent puts or 90-cent puts, and they're like demanding for the market to go down to print those puts. It'd take a lot for that to print. 675p. That is for tomorrow. We can be in the money right here. Like, in the money is like somewhere down here, and your puts will be worthless They won't be 90 cents. They'll be like 0. So you need to go down even further to print those fuckers. Like you have to go down further and quicker. Friday, right? By Friday close. Like you need to like pound it down for those things to print. So there's something else here too, which is dealers would have to pay those puts. So you can see today's price action. It's not that we can't unclench, but hold on here. You can see what we're doing here is we don't have anything. We don't have either an event or something like an OpEx to print that shit to the downside. So, so someone was saying, should I buy puts here? The question in the Discord was, should I buy puts? So I'm going to delete this here, and I'm going to delete this here, and the answer is no. You theoretically could trade the inside of this, but if you're going to commit to 90-cent puts or dollar puts or whatever expensive options, you need to, just like yesterday, you need to follow the rules. If you don't, there's massive squeeze risk, big time uppies. So you have a low here. Let's just delete all this. We don't need any of this. We'll just look at this. You have your intraday low that was established this morning at 9:30 a.m. You don't need to know anything else. That's all you need to know is you have your intraday low right here. It's very easy. It's like right here. Okay. So you're gonna mark this low out from this morning. You come into this morning and you're saying to yourself this morning, okay, we open the market, we blast down, we establish a low, right? Buyers come in, they step up, they get slammed down. Wham wham. We already know that there's big sellers up here. We know this is not a trend day, so the sellers come in, they try to hammer this down, hammer this down, hammer this down, hammer this down. And this seller right here, they need a new low. They need a new fucking low. They have to get the new low. Now, if they don't get the low, it's going to go back up again, and they're going to check above. Does that make sense? So the first thing that happens here is you don't get the low, you don't get the low. So they whipsaw it back up to where this seller was, and that seller's now right here. So he was right here. He's right here. And he's right here, and he's trying to pound this thing down right now. So we took this trade together, and the question was, do I buy puts? And the answer is no, you don't. You could theoretically try to take a put right here, up here. Like you could theoretically take this put right here, but you're locked into a range right now. So they pop you up, take all your stops, and they run it back down again, pop you up, take your next stops, and you run you down again. So you kind of need to be in puts, or calls in range here and here, not in the middle. Even if this runs down, not in the middle. You have to kind of like be up here and fail this. Then you can be like, yeah, I can take a put here and run it down here. That's fine too. But we're locked in a range right now and we're not out of it. So what do you need to print all of this? You literally need, like, to buy puts right here is the answer is no. Up here, yes, I would buy puts up there if we rolled. But if you're going to buy puts for like this big downside move, the one that you want to get to print, I know what you want. That one, right? You want that big printer down there. Like if you come down here and it comes right back up on you again, you're going to be pissed off and fucked up. So you need space, and you need space, and you need to be able to make it squeeze a little bit or run your direction or whatever. And not only that, they're back testing this right now. This is all this is dangerous right here because they can hold this, squeeze this back up again, and then you're just all fucked up again. So you kind of want to be higher. Now let's say this fails, right? Oh, hold on here. There's a long way down. So what you're looking for is over here. You have your intraday low, and you're looking for your next low, which is right in here. So you're looking for this low right here. You might be thinking, oh, Cap, that's so low, man. I'm missing the trade, Cap. That's not true. What you're looking for here is, I'll show you exactly what you're looking for. Close this, mute this. You're looking for this new low right here, right there. Let's just say it happened right now. You'd want to see that low, right? You'd break it. It's just like a penny. The moment you break that low, the bulls or buyers will step back in and they'll try to get out of their trades. And this is called a dead cat. Some people call it dead cat bounce, but what'll happen is they'll fail. And this is also an exit for buyers. The same thing is afforded to sellers. It's both sides. It's not like one gets this and the other side doesn't. You get chances to like unfuck yourself. So let's say your stops are right here. Let's say you're a buyer and your stops are right here. You actually execute your stops higher. So stops triggered. You could say that stops triggered. So it's like a misnomer. It's a misnomer. So if we bled down here, right? Let's say you're long here. I'm long. Right? And I'm long for higher up there. And I get sent packing all the way down here. Triggers my stops. I wouldn't actually close them out there. I'd wait until I come back up to like right about here. Right where my long started. Even if I took some pain or a cut up or whatever, you're still going to be allowed to get out. But this is called the dead cat bounce. But once that happens, when you get just this new low right here, you get short and you take the trade lower. So you need the mechanics of this to happen first before you take the crash put or the, doom put into tomorrow or whatever. So you can't fuck with this right now. You don't have to actually look at anything else. You don't need anything on your charts. You just need this. And what are your targets down below once that happens? It's 675. There's so much space down here. Look, this 675 is right here, and maybe even 670. So you got some runners or whatever. Let's mark that out. Let's make this a 4. Make this a fat line, and then let's do 670 down here. We'll make it ugly. We'll make it really fucking messy, but the greater point is that, do you see what we're fucking with here? We're on a 1 minute chart with like small ticks that look huge, but in fact you just need this right here. So no, you can't buy puts. You want to tag that, fail this, and then you see that larger move, like. So we're fucking around with something that what part of this move do you want is the bigger question. What part of this move do you want? And you already know what it is, right? You want the juice in here and you want the juice down here. It's like you blast down through here. Oh, you get the juice down there. The money though is not in here. There's no money there. That's the place where they take all your money. That's the place where traders will like, you'll have like 10 traders and 10 traders. And these 10 traders will say, I'm short right here, right? And if we go down, they will be like, yeah, bro, look at how smart I am. But there were 10 other traders here that said long here and we're going up. They will disappear. So they won't be in your chat or on stream or on Twitter. They'll just go away. Now, on the flip side of that here, let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. You have the 10 traders over here that are claiming they got puts, right? And what happens is they get hammered and they disappear. These guys are now angry. And what does that tell you? These guys are happy. Tells you there's no edge. That's what it tells you. It tells you can't trust anybody talking to you. It tells you that there's always going to be a winner in your feed. And it'll always be someone different. it doesn't give you any edge. So if you're looking for edge where you're always right or right enough, right, 7 times, 8 times, and you're consistently in that chat, you want to see something like this over here. And the real, and that same cast of characters, these guys right here, and these guys are telling you what's going to happen. They show back up over here too. They show back up over here. This guy is now the guy that wasn't in puts. He's now bearish, and we don't break through that level. He gets squeezed out. He disappears. They show up and disappear at every place or every inflection point. And not only that, something else here. Where do we buy the dip here? We buy the dip here. We can even simplify it this way. This is where you buy the dip. This is where you sell the rip. So if you were to look at the next buy, so this is buy the dip, this is sell the rip. So if you come down and blast down here, you're now a seller of the rip. But here is where you buy the dip. And where do you sell the rip in here? Higher. It's up higher. So you have your low right here. Your real sellers are here, here. So you would say that your sell the rip is probably right here until we break out. So buy the dip here, right? You're buying dips, you're selling rips. You're buying dips, you're selling rips. You're buying dips, you're selling rips. And in the meantime, you get a cast of characters that only come out here, and they only come out here, and they only come out here, and they only come out here. And they're usually wrong. They're usually telling you something stupid like it's going to crash, it's going to crash, it's going to crash. And it doesn't happen. So you need to be patient in here. And if you're down here, we're in buy the dip. We have not had the new low. We have not had the rejection. So it is buy the dip down here. So there's not much to do here. In my view, there isn't much to do here. So you're going to see people step in to buy this. No doubt about it. And the other problem here, just heading back to the put thing, if you're going to commit to expensive puts, so when puts are this, when there's this much negative vol, right? In the option chain where everyone's loaded to the tits on puts, the damage can be significant. So like you buy $1 put and your puts get taken to 20 fucking cents, 10 cents, and then it drops. You're getting fucking eaten alive, like eaten alive. So, and there's no like, yeah, we're going to guarantee we're going to do this, bro. No matter what, bro, this is happening today or tomorrow. I showed you guys in the Discord that, that email that I got. That fucking guy writes that fucking email every goddamn OpEx. And then he puts in some shit like, take a 30% discount to sign up for my service. So he's like spreading fear to you. And then he's telling you to sign up so that he can tell you more about the crash. Now, whether we go down or not, I don't know, but that's more of a sales tactic than it is. It's a fucking scummy fucking sales tactic to creep on your fear and emotions. You can't do shit until this break happens. You can't do nothing. Even if we've opened the door to that downside, you can't do it. You got to work with that intraday lows and highs and stuff. Even though we're not not trending higher, specifically for this put chain. If I was a dealer, I would support. If I was a dealer, I would not want to print those puts for how expensive they are. I'd want to sit here. And I'm a dealer, and I'm going to support the market. I'm going to sell the market because there's no VIG to go up. Then if we come down here, I would support it again.
The Fed makes no bids for 30-year tips.
If those options are near expiry, they got an hour to live or something, and maybe they're now all worth 0, fuck yeah, I'll pay you. But I'm not paying you for overpriced puts unless you have some kind of catalyst. And there's no catalyst right now. So, and this is the other idea behind this. which is bags, right? So I got a bag, and I'm like, bro, this bag down here, bro, it's got more room in it. So dealers are supporting markets right here, right? Supporting. And I'm telling you, bro, it's 80 cents, bro. Come get it. Well, you need some other fucking trader to go down there and buy your 80-cent puts, 90-cent puts, thinking they're going to go to $1.90 by tomorrow. So you need a reason to trigger that. And then the dealers will no longer support this market, right? They'll say, oh, there's a new bag holder that thinks that we're going to $1.90. So I will chase that trade all the way down here, right? All the way down here. And there's a new bag holder. Does that make sense? It's like you got a new put buyers, dealers chasing those put buyers down. They'll amplify the move all the way down with those new buyers. And this guy gets to get out. He's like, suckers, I'm out of here, right? He sells. He was in for 80 cents. And now this new guy needs to promise everyone, hey, man, there's still more room in this this bag, dude. I know they're $1.90, dude. So anyways, the greater point here is you can't really fucking sell this until the intraday low is taken. Fairly easy rule. Intraday, you have the intraday low. We need to take out the intraday low for us to go lower. No, you're not going to miss the bus ride down. And no, you don't want to pay that much money for those puts unless that happens. So you kind of need like an instigator. You need some news. You need some data. You need something bad to happen. You need anything, an ER report that goes south. But until that happens, the dealers, they're going to clean up these put holders' money. They're going to take it all until the last possible moment, and then they'll send it down there and say, "Oh, look, I printed your 675, bro. Oh, your options didn't print for you. Fuck you." You know what I mean? So can we go down there? Yes. Can there be an unclench to go down there? Yes. But for right now, at this moment on this open today, puts are fucking expensive. So you don't want to get rope-a-dope to get eaten alive in that trade. You want to get in, make your money, and get the fuck out. That's about it. So that's where we are right now. There isn't shit to do. This is 9 a.m., just so you can see. We have literally gone nowhere. We've gone nowhere. This is the low at 936. Let's just look at it. This is the 936 low. Where are we trading right now? Where the fuck are we trading? Fucking that low, right? That's exactly where we are. So we've gone nowhere. It's now 12:48 in the afternoon. 4 fucking hours of going nowhere. So you got to get the new low. Well, there it is. There's the new low. There's a new low right there. That's good. That's all you need to see. So you're looking now for a dead cat bounce within this trade. You're going to be looking for this right here. Oh, hold on. Stop that stupid shit. That's a good low right there for sellers. So you want to see this right here and right down here. And we'll start selling this now. That's all you need is that one low. That's it. Just that low. You don't need anything else. Any dead cat bounce in here starts selling. And we'll start going downtown over here. That's all you needed was that right there. That was good. That was a good low. So you have a new, so you tell yourself, oh, hold on here. You tell yourself, I marked out the low, right? And now all I need is the new low. You got it. New low. New intraday low. And now you're just waiting for a dead cat bounce. And we can start selling this thing to the downside. So what you do here is you're going to think about this like in the inverse if you're a bull. So you've got the new low, right? So you got the new high, right? Now you're just looking for, this would be the dead cat bounce for bears, right? The bears would be given a chance to get out. And you'll see it right here. The buyers will step in. They will be weak. And they'll be given the opportunity to get out from whatever longs they were in from over here. They'll be given a chance, and then they'll be sent packing to the downside. Let's watch this play out together. And as a matter of fact, you want to be looking back on this one right here. You want to be watching. This is where they got long. They got long like right here. They got long like right here. Right? Let's just bring this over so you can see it. Right there, they got long. Right? And they're going to attempt right here to exit the market. So these bulls will get out. And then the price will get hammered to the downside. And we're going to wait to see this new low be taken out right here. We want to see this get below 681.52. Right? Just so you can see it. You don't want to see this hold. You want to see it break. Very important for this break because it sets up the next low over here. You see it right here? Let's watch it closely together. Sure, buy the dip. And this is where you want to be a seller right in here. So you're a seller right in here. And I want you to look at this closely. Do you see this? This becomes, all of this becomes, what? All this ends up becoming what? Instead of support, resistance, right? So you can sell this with stops. And you can say, oh yeah, this is all sellers up here. And you put your stops in. You're a seller right here to sell to the downside. That's a good low right there. I like that. It's a nice low. So let's watch this closely. We'll do this together. Let's watch this close. They're going to take this shit to the woodshed down here. Notice how the buyer is given a clean exit in here. So the buyer is given the opportunity to exit in an orderly fashion. And now they're going to fucking plunge this thing straight down here. Watch them take out this low down here. That's a good low. It's very nice. I like it. You can look at it this way too. You can look at it on SPX. I said new low required here, right? So you can see it right in here. We're not there quite yet, but almost there. We're very, very close right here. Very, very close. And this moment you take this stuff out right here, you take that low out, what that tells you is that these buyers are fucking fake. That they have no commitment. The next target would be right about here. So they take this one out right here. You want to watch closely to see if we don't go through it or not, or if we bounce underneath it. If we do, that's a good sign for continuation to the downside to check this low right here. Right? So you're going to snap another line right in here if you're sell side. And you're just going to be watching this one right here. So you're just going to watch these guys right here. If you see the blast down right here, we start selling it down. If you see that, if you just see the touch, that's it. So you're already out right here. You see the touch, you get back in and slam this fucker straight down right there. Make sense? I hope it does, but what they'll do is do a nice fat cup and handle down here. There's your cup and handle. There's your cup. Right? Smash it down for the new low. Come back up again, right? And now you're closing the door right here. Right? Closing the door. We can start trying to get lower and lower and lower and lower. Anyways. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry. I deleted all that shit up there. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of, do we need to get rid of everything? I don't know. Yeah, let's get rid of all this for a minute. Now you can kind of, maybe you can kind of see it better like this. See it right here? You got your low. Ding, right? Now it's just a matter of turning this support. Now it's just a matter of turning this support into sell side. Just a matter of that right there. It's very simple. And now you've got this was Poop Mountain. And now you've got no more Poop Mountain. We're trying to make this into an upside down Poop Mountain and to go down to the downside. So watch it closer. Let me get rid of all this. We'll start it over again. It's a good move right here. This is good progress to downside. Let's take a look at, first thing we're gonna look at is velocity. Just make sure we're not at negative velocity. This is good for bears. Zero hourly velocity is good for bears, not for buyers. We're going to put some targets up here. I already had this on here. Your brief last night had this already in it. But we'll go over it again today. Here's your first target right here. There's the white line to open up lower lows. And we know we're going to get some buyers at 70. We know that we'll get auto buying over here. Even if we're going to go lower, it doesn't matter. You're going to get buyers down there. So this is zeros. Zero flows. We'll write that in there. We're going down. We're going down there. So we'll just write zero flows down there. Door to unlock lower lows. You want to be aware of that. If price comes down here and we don't sweep that, you're going to close anyways. If we were to pierce it, slam into 70, you'd be getting ready to sell this, right? We're not there yet, though, so there's your weekly. Daily, let's look at this. This is beautiful. You see it? It's gorgeous. Just waiting for this nice downside move on a daily basis. Looks very bearish now. Candle looks nice and sexy and red. It's gorgeous. Absolutely fucking stunning. Looks unbelievable. Very bearish here. That right there. Tight here. Give me a second here. I'm about to get pretty buried up myself here, so hold on. I'm about to take a trade here. Hold on here. Sorry, I'm executing some trades here. I'm trying to get short here. Okay, so this is your daily here. We can write bulls suck. Balls up there. They couldn't do it yesterday. They stalled. Can't stall like that. Unacceptable. Not accepting it. And you have a sell right here on a daily basis. That's good to see. That was the trigger that we were looking for. If it was up or down. There's your daily right there. Hold on here. We want to monitor this right here. We want to monitor this right there. Just in case, just in case there's a trap. We don't need that. Just need to know that. We need to know this right here. Just want to keep an eye on any kind of squeezing.
When issued yield about 2.49% before the $9 billion auction.
4 hour. This is beautiful right here. Good to see.
So keep in mind we are now shortly expecting the results of the 30-year tip sale. I'll be leading with the high yield.
I'm going to give you some targets, downside targets. There's one. We'll do this nice and clean to the tick. There's 1, 2. We just want to pay attention to these prior lows. Do we take them out or not? Right to the penny. This is the door to unlock. There's 0 flows. I shouldn't say 0 flows, but you should just say auto buyers. Here's your right here, right there, right down there. Oh, no, I'm in the wrong time frame. Hold on here. Let's just check this really quick.
According to the UK government, OpenAI and Microsoft pledge new funding to AI Security Institute's flagship alignment project, according to their website.
That looks right.
A high rate of 2.473%, 2.473% compared to the pre-sale when issued yield of 2.49%. The bid to cover of 2.75. So the US selling $9 billion and awarding a 71.62% of bids at high. Primary dealers take 2.49%, direct 19.21%, and indirect 78.3%.
That's good right there. And then we'll stall out.
So the auction stopped through 1.7 basis points with that 30-year tip sale.
Something just like that. All right. I'm short, so just heads up. I'm long puts, not short. $12 flows are on to the downside. There's your 1 o'clock flows right there. Now you want to be watching these yellow lines down here just so you can see if we break them or not. What you do not want to see is like a failure to break and then a break higher than this one right here. So we should be able to continue to do some downsides. Just be aware of your violations on the upside on squeezing. It's 2 o'clock right there. 2:30. $3 o'clock. It's almost near perfect, right? Hey, 1600. So the idea here is that we're going to blast down, right? Rip through this stuff over here. Try to break through this stuff over here. Give it another little pull up and then bloodbath into tomorrow. And we'll make this one right in here. We're going to try to get this done by 2:30. Hold on here. This doesn't always, right there. Try to get this done by 2:30. And whether we get this in the morning, we don't really give a fuck. We just need to break this one and this one. Let them squeeze some liquidity up here. Right, shut the door on them right here. And then more continuation of downside over there. Looks good to me. Party time, baby. That's all I was looking for right there. It's all I needed. All I needed to see was that low. Or not this one. Which one was it? It was, I forget which one it was. This one right here. That's all I needed to see was that one right there.
So just keep in mind, seeing comments from Trump coming through at the moment. Currently just speaking about the UK's ex-Prince Andrew. But again, just comments coming through now from Trump.
Yeah, Trump, sorry, buddy. That ain't going to work. That shit ain't going to fly, bro. Not today. Target downside 681.55, 679.
No post on Truth Social.
18.
Unsure if he's speaking live. Just going to try and track this down. Trump says really bad things will happen if there's no Iran deal.
What is he saying? Really bad things will happen? This guy's he's out of his fucking mind. He's running the military like it's something that it's not.
Trump says we will get a deal on Iran one way or the other.
I am not a fan of how we're running the military right now at all.
And Trump says we'd love to have China and Russia involved on diplomacy.
You don't want to go and fuck around over there? I thought you did.
So WTI oil just seeing some wicks to the downside here as Trump is speaking on Iran.
You would love to have China and Russia involved in diplomacy with Iran.
Again, still unclear where these comments from Trump are coming from. It does appear that he's speaking live, but I can't see a video. And again, there's no post on his Truth Socials.
We will get a deal in Iran one way or another. I don't understand that statement. The full screen on, hold on here. Let me just check this really quick. Yeah, you're not going to see it.
So Trump is actually currently speaking to reporters on board Air Force One.
I don't think there's a way to show it.
Does not appear that the White House has put out a live gaggle for this, though.
Here, let me see if I can show it. Hold on here. Why is that not showing? Is that something that's just... That's really fucking bizarre, isn't it? Huh. You know, it wasn't like that. Hold on here, guys. I think this might be a hold on here, guys. This might be something that happens with hang tighter, guys. There we go. I think this is something that over time yeah, I can see what it is now. It's you get one or the other. You either get to see the you don't get to see it all. The problem is that you don't get to see the ticker nor the time frame. I think that's what it is. Let me just check this side here. Oh, that works. Hold on a second here. Maybe it's just something that happens with or maybe I put that over there. I think that's better like that. I think you can see the times now. I think what happens, maybe it's something with, it has to be something with trading, or not trading view, with Streamlabs. Maybe it changes this stuff gets changed or something. I know that I show when I set it up. When I set it up originally, I'd show all this data. But over time, maybe it gets I don't know what the fuck happens, but now we're gonna talk about this. Let's go back to this route real quick. So on this downside expectation here. So let's look at this upside down. Trigger screen. Flip vertical. Okay. So I want you to, so I flip the screen upside down, right? This looks like we're going up, right? So what do I need to hold here? I need to hold, for more uppies, I need to hold this right here, right? Does that make sense? So this is kind of where your stops are as a seller, right? Does that make sense? Does that look better? I wrote that in reverse, but do you see this from the perspective of a buyer now, maybe if you're a bull? So if you're going to have stops, where are they at? Or adding to your position, where are they at? They'd be here, right? And they'd be right here, right? If you were a bull. Does that make sense? I'm trying to do this in the inverse for you. So more down there, or more up, or more up here to go down there, right? Does that make sense? So let me flip this in reverse now again. So now that we're in the inverse, right? We want to, if we're sellers, we want to be what? We're going to put a red right here. Just on the inverse. We're going to put this one right here on yellow. Does that make sense? Easy peasy. More downside.
Again, we have access to no Air Force One gaggle this time around, so it's unclear whether Trump has finished speaking or not. Again, unclear if he's finished speaking or not.
If you're short with me here, or long puts, or whatever you are, and let me ask you another question. If this goes up and pops up here, what would you do? You would wait until it comes back down, right? And you'd get out of being short to the downside. Does that make sense? I hope it does.
We're shortly expecting the results to the Fed reverse repo operation.
At any rate. Keep your eye on this target right here. This is 681.55. Next target. We're going to draw this in just like this right here. And go just down here, just for a break underneath.
Five counterparties take $632 million at the Fed's reverse repo operation.
Well, I'm trying to flip the screen so that a bull that is never sell side can kind of see it from the perspective of sell side. That's why I flip the screen sometimes. If you ever have the chance, you can flip a screen. If you're like, this doesn't look bearish. If you flip a screen, you go, oh my God, that looks bullish. You get the gist, right? The only problem with that is buyers are more successful on average than bears. Bears typically have to be more precise, so sellers do, than buyers. Buyers tend to, on average, have a higher success rate on backtesting and new highs, all that kind of shit. So, I think we used to do this more frequently because I would meet bulls or talk to bulls. They'd be like, "Oh no, dude, it's super bullish," and I'm like, what if I showed you this in the inverse and now you tell me what it looks like? So I'd show it to them in the inverse from being on just buy side. You can tell when someone's just buy side, and you're like, "All right, let me just show it to you this way now. Does that look bullish now?" And they go, "Fuck no, that looks super bearish, bro. They're gonna try to hammer it to the downside." And I'm like, "Okay." So I think for a lot of traders, flipping your screen upside down if you can, I want to tell you something out there. If you ever on your home computer, if you have Windows, you can flip your screen upside down on Windows, on display. I think there's a quick command for it too, a quick Windows command for it. You can just flip it. So if you let's say like, I'm great on buy side and I suck on sell side, don't hesitate to flip a screen upside down, because if you can identify bullish setups, but you can't identify bearish setups, if you flip the screen, it's going to tell you right away, this is a bearish setup, or no, it's not, right? If that makes any sense. It's an easy way to visualize for someone in their head. Is this a bullish setup or a bearish setup? A neutral setup, or bullish or bearish? So it's bearish for now. Thank you, Goliath. Yeah, I think it helps people with. I think it helps, especially bulls. I think like most of the market is bulls. They're all like 70% of the fucking market is buyers. So, they're never like bisexual. They're just like, I buy every dip, and you're like, okay, what if I just showed you this in the inverse? And when you show them in the inverse, it clicks for them. And you're like, you see it now? And they go, yeah, I see it now. And I'm like, okay, so we're going down now, right? And like, yes, we're going down. I'm like, okay, cool, we're going down. Oh yeah, keep on coming. Keep on coming on down. There we go. Tag it up. Nice little tag on SPY right here. There you go. Now, this is the target, right? So we have the target hit, but we have not made a new low, have we? So we want to watch that closely. We need to notice how I drew the arrow underneath. We need to get underneath that target. So I want in your brain, just like bulls, that would be what, an equal high, but no new high, right? So you want to pay attention to this. And you want to see the new low for continuation. If you don't see the new low, we start reversing and violating upside resistance, you'll have to close your trade. Does that make sense? So we'll watch this closely. Probably a bear out there all mad right now. He's like, why are you teaching them our secrets? I want them to buy the dip and be the supply. It's probably bottom, bro. I'm like, no, they're not done yet. We'll snap this one in right here. This is your next one. There's red. Pound Town, baby. Take it to Pound Town. There we go. Get it on. Get them dirty. Pound it. If you're south side, your stops are up here. Oh yeah, it's so weak. There's a little bit of squeeze risk in here, but starting to close a door here. There's a nice big fucking gap underneath here. So let me just show you this one last thing. Just watch down here. Do you see this right here? So we got the new low right there, right? You got to be careful of a squeeze right here because of this nice big fat gap. There's a bunch of money to be made in here. Bunch of money to be made down here. So you got to be careful, just careful of a squeeze in here. And you want to think about this 695 as the door shutting. On the upside, that is right here. Right here. So just the squeeze risk in here. Whenever you hear me say that, like, whenever you hear me say, like, watch out, there's some squeeze risk here. It could be something like this, where we hit this bottom, break through it, and then whipsaw up here, and then make a big move to the downside. It's not always, but just be aware of it. Watch it closely here. They're not going to usually give it to you that free down below. Fuck. That guy was saying crash. I was like, crash is 20%. I don't see 20. I only see I see between 6 and 9. That's it. So I don't know why I'd say crash. I'd like to see a crash. I don't see the crash. I see 6 to 9% down. The risk is 6 to 9%. You'd need a good reason for it. So this is done already. So now we're looking for this one right here. You want to see this, just this low in here. And then something like that. Sellers want to get back down here, just break that low. And then you don't care if they come up here. Pound it. Pound their fucking anuses right down here. Sorry, shouldn't say that. Put this back up just so we can keep an eye on pivots. Now underneath S1, nice little target down here. Just shank it. Note that 680 is down here too. I should have drew it like this.
So no more comments from Trump have come.
This would be nice right here. And then there's 80, so maybe that's where the whipsaw is up there. Buyers step in at 80. Somewhere down in there. Leave it like this. Something like that. Actually, could do it. There's the equal legs. There's the door being shut. Down here. Told fuck you no. Smash that fucking thing down there. It's something like that right there, I think. We already have, the reason I'm drawing it a little bit farther on time is because we got the low on this half already. So this half an hour, we got the low. We just have to get this new low by the next half hour. We have to be, at 2 p.m., we have to be underneath this low. Just trying to clean this up. Did I lose the stream again? Fuck me, man. It looks like I'm back again. I lost the stream for a quick minute there. Do I have any weather events going on here, maybe? I don't see anything. We had a lot of fog the past couple days, but that's because we're losing snowpack right now. There's no wind. Wind is only 7 miles per hour, so I did have where I live, we have a so in the Midwest, I don't know what they're called, but in the Midwest, a lot of homes have a toilet in the basement. I have one in my basement. I replaced it. It's nice, brand new like Toto shit, but I did flush it yesterday. My daughter told me that it wasn't fully flushing, so I know that sometimes basements back up here where I live. They back up from the street. So I have like a shut off valve. Like I can shut the whole thing down so like sewage can't come up into my house. I got a sump pump in my house, you name it. But she had said that it was backing up. I wonder if sometimes when that happens, when we have snow melt, transformers and stuff will get wet. But that's the only thing I can think of that's happening right now. Oh, you are expecting bad storms? We had bad storms yesterday. In the metro Detroit, there were thunderstorms. Detroit hasn't seen any weather. The only thing that the only thing I think that it could be would be that the water table is high right now, where all these like transformers are, and where anything that's buried slightly underground is waterlogged right now, because all the rivers and lakes are melting, and we have a lot of snowpack here. All that snowpack's melting. Yeah, you got 4 toilets in the house? I do too. I fucking hate having a lot of toilets. I hate it. My daughters like dirty them and then they don't clean them. I always tell my wife, I'm like, we could shut down 2 of the toilets in this house and just keep them clean. Like, just leave them clean. Don't touch them. Leave them for guests. Well, I've got like our sewage line runs out the back of the house, and then we've got like this T that comes up, and the T is plugged into the basement toilet. So if I flush that toilet, it'll flush, but if it doesn't flush like with good suction, means that the sewage line is backing up into my house. And then I've got a way to stop it from the like down the line inside of the house, turn it off. But I can't flush anything. I can't turn the water on. It gives me another way to clean out the line as well. I've never had to do that. The only thing I do inside my sewage line is I run salt down there. I used to run some other stuff down there, but I do run salt. Just to make sure that no weeds grow into my sewer pipes and any of that kind of stuff. Yeah, exactly, caveman. Exactly. Exactly. I had to like this house here. I dug up the outside and put French drains in, and then actually I smashed the original French drains, and then I dug it up and put membrane in around the edge outside of the house. The house fucking floats. I have my foundation in this house is it's a full foundation, but the basement floor is not connected to the walls. So what I had to do was I had to come in and dig out the whole outside of the outside perimeter, fill it in with concrete. They say not to do that. They want you to put a drain tile there. I didn't do that. I dug around the outside of the house and dug a trench to move the water around the house. There's a bunch of different things you can do. And then I put membrane up the side of the house to stop water penetration into the cinder blocks. I haven't had any fucking problems. Nothing. The worst flooding we've had, I've never had a single problem. I've had some moist walls, but that's about it. Like wet walls from just from the humidity. There's one thing about Detroit that's kind of crazy is if you ever, Ohio's probably the same thing. If you're ever in like the springtime, you want to see something cool, in the springtime melt, it's so flat here that you can go into like the springtime melt. And if it's raining outside, you can dig down like 2 feet and it's like a river running through, like a literal river. It's kind of wild to see how the water moves here. Sitting on the diving board, looking to go down. You guys doing with the fucking toilet bowls in there? Come on now, just swan dive that shit. Just like do a big old dive down there. Just a nice big old diving board. Guys just standing here. I am having some issues with my come on down, baby. I am having some issues with Streamlabs. I noticed the time thing is not there. Like I'll make that adjustment and then it'll like change. I don't know if that's TradingView changing their parameters. Could be on TradingView side. When I'm like sizing a graphic for you, it adjusts over time. I can't tell if it's Streamlabs or TradingView. Changes that happen over time, but I'm changing the layout of the show, which takes fucking days and days. It takes like 30 fucking hours, maybe 40, for just the graphics, and then the layouts take another 4 hours, and then testing. It's a long process, but I am working on that in the background. So they will be, if you see any other like I can't see times or dates or whatever. Those will be improved at some point here soon. I've got like things that don't show up anymore. Sometimes my camera doesn't work anymore. Robinhood's not showing anymore. I can't even click it anymore. It doesn't come up anymore. I think maybe I have too many things going on too. So I think I need to do is delete all my layouts and start from scratch again. We're just gonna make some changes in the format of the show and how it looks. It's just stalling here. We know there's buyers on 681.55. We need to get a new low on the half an hour over here, so pay close attention to this. Remember that like every half an hour matters. Like you got the low right here coming into this one. We need the new low into this next half an hour. You need to see progress. Same thing as with bulls, right? You ever notice like we come up into 12:31 in the afternoon and sometimes we'll start stalling? Whether that's continuation to go up or down doesn't matter. You don't want to see that stalling, do you? Whenever that stalling happens, you exit and walk away. So we don't want to see stalling on the downside. Yeah, I'm gonna change the format or the layout. We've had this layout now for at least a couple of years, I think 1 or 2 years. So we're gonna change the layout, and I got a whole bunch of other crap going on. Like I'm like trying to build out a studio right now, and it's more work than I thought. I need I'm on the fence on how I do the TV presentation right now. I'm not going to talk about it, but I got to do these touch screens, and they're going to be really large. And I got a standing desk. So you're gonna see me standing up and walking around. I probably need to get a suit or something. The suits that I have are not really business suits anymore. My suits are all tailor-made and stuff, like they're I don't want to wear them on a show. I look like a fucking football player or something stupid. Not really, but you know, they're meant for like casual dress and stuff, and not quite work. There's like a work look, isn't there? Like a work suit. That look. I don't have any of those suits anymore. I got rid of them. After COVID, man, I put on some weight. So I got to get some suits and shit, or at least like a business dress. I don't like the idea of wearing a black shirt with like jeans or something. It's too informal, I think. But like the informality of standing up and walking around, I feel like I need a pair of. I could have dress socks. I got dress shirts, but they're all nice. It's got like nice buttons, nice cuffs, nice this, nice dope collar. You end up looking like Kevin Larry or something. Look like a scumbag. Like you don't want to be scumbaggy looking. You don't want to look dressed down. I think. I don't know.
So a reminder,
I
at
gotta roll up my
1:50
sleeves
p.m.
like
Eastern
Jimmy
time,
Cramer.
Trump visits a local business.
Roll up my sleeves, throw my jacket over the chair, and be like, "All right, we're gonna take a look at your favorite stock over here."
So a reminder, Trump is in Rome,
Yeah.
Georgia.
You know the look, right? The CNBC look. The little sweat in my armpits, little sweat on my brow. I was talking to my buddy the other day, and I was like, I gotta get the buzzers and shit. Wooga wooga wooga. I'm not gonna do that, but I actually do have like the fog machines and the fucking we have the fog machine and the fucking laser lights and shit. Just keep watching this. You're watching this 5-minute trigger here. That's what you're watching. That's why I had it up here, but you're just watching that right there. Just keep your eye on that 5-minute trigger. Your 1 in 5 minute is your. If for me, 1 in 5 minute is what I'm looking for trend to stay trendy. If we start losing the 1 in 5 minute, I get a little suspect and think that we're gonna get squeezed. So you got to watch that. 1 in 5 minute trigger is your friend for trend. Oh my God. No, I tried it. You know what? I got to be honest. I tried doing the interview thing, and it's the interview thing's hard. You need it's better to be recorded and then edited to make people look good. And then I used to do interviews, and I had people complain because they're used to how the show format was. To be like, I don't want you talking to that guy or this guy or whatever. And it was more that they were used to a certain
AMD will
format,
guarantee a
so
$300 million
wanted that same
loan
format.
for Curacao to purchase AMD's AI chips and install them in their data center.
Voice news disconnected.
So I haven't done a bunch of interviewing recently. I think like the show format matters. So I think right now what we're gonna do is I think the plan here is we'll do the live stream during the day. That might go private. The daytime live stream might go private. I'm not on the fence out on it right now. We'll find out, but like the daytime intraday trading stream could be private with just the community and me. And then this nighttime show is anywhere. I can't tell if it's going to be like 45 minutes or 3 hours. So I'm going to test. I'm going to do some test videos and see what length works the best, how fast I can get through a market recap for you. And the plan is let's watch this closely here. Just to note that there's no new low here. This is bullish. I don't like seeing the no continuation down here. Don't like seeing that. Buyers have to keep us reined in over here. to catch us this new low. If they don't, I might close, but we'll watch it here. They are recovering right now. This is not good to see. We've been doing that all day long, though. Big downs, big ups, big downs, big ups, big downs, big ups. I probably have to stay in this trade until tomorrow. More than likely. I'll have to stay in this trade until tomorrow. What else? Yeah, so the show, the show, what I'm hoping to be able to do is, the idea behind the show would be we do a call-in. You can call a phone number or email, and you can ask a question. Your call will be on air if you want it. If you want to be on the air, it'll be on the air. I'll play it. So you're gonna be able to call in and be like, Jimmy, my favorite ticker is XYZ. And if I pick your call, it'll be on the air. I'll go through and we'll chart out or pre-chart out your earlier in the day. So I was trying to figure this out, and I think the idea would be you'd call in during the daytime until, let's say, like 3 o'clock. I'll have a producer work on your chart. I'll look at it, make sure it's right, and then when we do the show after, I think we do the show at like 6 or 7 or something, and I'll review your ticker for you. So I think we would need to get through 4 indexes really fast, and then anywhere from 5 to 10 tickers. And then what we'll do is we'll track those tickers and we'll update them once a week once we've discussed them once. Or the next inflection point. So if we're like, ticker XYZ should go down, maybe there's a down slope here. We'll chart it here. We'll revisit it down here, or if there's a break higher, we'll revisit it over here, so that we can follow these stocks for you or whatever. We'll do a market recap every night. Yeah, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. You know, if it doesn't get any traction or whatever, we'll stop doing it. But I think that's the natural progression for what we do around here. So at least test it out, try it. My only problem with it, the thing that bugs me right now, if there's anything like bugs me right now, is I really like the idea of doing that show after 9 p.m. I don't like if I give a preliminary expectation at 4 p.m., 3 to 4 p.m., I always have to check 9 p.m. every night. Every fucking night I have to check that fucking 9 p.m. and see what we've done between 6 and 9, or 4 p.m. and 9 p.m. Gives a much cleaner idea of what's going to happen the next day, or a confirmation or not, or a no confirmation. But no one's watching a fucking live stock show at 9 p.m. West Coast maybe, but the East Coast Wall Street time, they're done usually. Just keep moving this over here. Wearing an Armani suit. I kind of want it to be chill, but still like, I think I like the black shirt because it's consistent. You know, it's a small screen, so it kind of works. But I think with the bigger screen and the bigger studio and all that kind of stuff, it doesn't work as well. Move that over. Looks like the Bulls are going to try to do it again. They're going to try to take that one out right there. there. I want to take a quick break here while we go sideways. Gonna take a quick break, and I'll be right back with you guys. I'm gonna go potty. So make sure you can see that up there. You can see what it looks like. Be something just like that. Keep your eyes on this upper red right here.
A reminder, 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time, Trump participates in a podcast interview. It's not clear as to where it is. It just has it listed on his roll call. If we do find where it is, we'll obviously put it on the feed for you. Time is going to we're expected to hit to hear from Trump participating in a podcast interview. Again, it's not clear as to which podcast he'll be interviewed by, but obviously we'll keep an eye out for it. Surely expected to hear from Trump. Again, in a podcast interview, there's no link for it. We are not sure which podcast is with. NYMEX WTI crude March futures settle at $66.43 a barrel, up $1.24 or 1.9%. Gasoline March futures settle at around $2 a gallon. Diesel futures settle around $2.61 a gallon, and NYMEX natural gas March futures settle at around $2.96. Heads up, Fed's calls me moderates Q&A with Gita Kapenath. Wall Street Journal says Fed's Myron says employment has held up better than anticipated. Goods inflation has appeared more stubborn. Also, Fed's Myron, Wall Street Journal, now sees a less accommodative rate path. Trump says 10-15 days for Iran talks, pretty much maximum. I would love China and Russia to be on board of peace. Brent crude futures settle at $71.66 a barrel, up $1.31 or 1.86%.
Right, here. That was disgusting. All right. You got I went and checked my toilet downstairs. It was not pretty. Be careful here. We should quote crash. Be careful of downside here. It should be bloody. It's going to get messy down here. Just be warned. And I don't think that goes that high. I think it goes like there. My oh, it should get bloody. There ain't shit holding us here. There ain't nothing here. If you want to look at what it looks like right now, here. This is what it looks like right here. Party time, man. We're so there. Look at it. Time to party. It should get messy here in just a few minutes. Shouldn't be too much longer. We're like right on the edge of party time, so we're like right there. We're going to find out. We're going to know. This is the zone to find out. We can't put the beer music on until we break below 681.55. We break below 681.55. How about this? I'll set up the bear music. And if we break below that line, I'll start playing it. I don't want to jinx it for you. You don't want to jinx it, do you? Hold on here. Maybe you do want to jinx it. You like living dangerously? I'm setting it up right now. We're right on the edge right now. This is it should be a bloodbath. And I don't know what Trump's going to say. I was thinking about the delay. So just a few. So last night in the brief. Let me just set this up. Hold on. Let me just set this up here. Make sure that I get the bear music lined up. Let me see. What do we want here? We want. We don't want hip hop. We don't want lifestyle. We want genre. We want electronic. We want it dark, don't we? Mood. Dark, maybe? What, they got dark in here? Dramatic? No, they're dramatic, but we want dark. Angry, maybe? Maybe some anger in there. And so, wait a minute. So we're going to go over a few things here. So first of all, don't forget, we got Trumper at 4 p.m. We got Trump at 4. I don't know what he's going to say. I guess like England, or maybe the U.S. has not asked England to use their bases. He also today gave a 10-day warning. 10-day warning. A 10-day warning to Iran. So like that puts us at month end. And then he didn't say that he was going to attack on the 10th day. he said that the way he worded it was like, "We're gonna shake a shoe at you, angry even more." So the war is imminent crowd from yesterday, I saw them. They were all over the news, all over Reddit, all over the news. They're wrong. We're not attacking. I told you in the brief last night that they were wrong. I said, don't take my word for it, but there's a reason for that. I told you on the show earlier what that reason was. It would be very wanton to have your last aircraft carrier arrive and then be like, hey, all right, you ready to go? We're going to start attacking. That's a setup for disaster. So you don't do that. You make sure you have to make sure that everybody is on the same page. And what that is called in the military is hurry up and wait. Oftentimes you'll be waiting, and what the real reason that you're waiting is because they're waiting for all these wheels to turn and diplomacy, and they're usually waiting for logistics to be in place and everybody to, like, who's on first, what's on second, where the fuck is third. And if you can figure that out, then you can go to the diplomats and say, all right, give them the last warning or something. But I think I told you mid-March. That's what I'm betting it is. It's something more closer to mid-March. These things take time. If it was something smaller, maybe it wouldn't take time. But an orchestra this large, if something goes wrong, it can go wrong really badly. A lot of loss of life. So I don't personally like the idea of attacking tonight or this weekend. When you have multi-tens and tens, I mean, an aircraft carrier costs, you could say it costs billions with the lives that are on that aircraft carrier, the equipment that's on that aircraft carrier, the cost of maintaining that aircraft carrier. It's very dangerous. And not only that, there's one other thing that's going on with Iran, that I haven't said on the stream, which is you have a concentration of a lot of our fleet in one place while we're going through this AI thing, which is dangerous in and of itself. It does bring up a question about do you leave them there for a long period of time so that you don't have to position them in case we did get some Gen AI later in the year? Like, I don't even know if we attack Iran. Just having our forces there, like a feint, in case, someone gets squirrely. Maybe they think they're losing the AI race. I shouldn't say that publicly, but it's possible that you could turn this into like something that takes place over time. And you have forces positioned in case something really bad happens. Not Iran. Could be Taiwan, could be fear of losing the AI race, all that kind of stuff. So you just start sending material and you blame Iran for it. The other thing too here is there's still danger. You want to do force projection, not protection, but force projection, but not necessarily want to get into a shooting war with people. I mean, diplomacy is always better. You never want to see loss of life, that kind of stuff. So maybe there's some cooler heads in the room saying, calm down, slow down, we'll take it. We can take it as long as we want. The only thing that is an issue here is some of these sailors have been on deployment coming into April, would be the longest continuous deployments they've been on. I would never expect that unless we're in a war, like real true war footing. When you start telling people, sorry, you're not going home, and people get burned out, they get sloppy. So that's another question there too, is if it's 10 days plus days, that's 13. That puts you in the beginning of March, before you even start some more diplomacy. And then the bigger question is, do you have to send these people home, these Navy guys home? And I know in April is 1 month later. So if you figure give it 10 to 15 days at minimum, 10 to 15 days. And the shocker to me is that you'd expect, or the expectation or the assumption here is Not that they won't keep sailors out longer than that, but I would assume if you were a sailor, you'd think to yourself, we're going to wrap this up or mop this up in under a month. By mid-April, at the latest, if not beginning of April, so that you can ship back home within 2 weeks back into the States, which I find logistically to be a little sketchy because if it grew, if let's say they sunk a U.S. ship or something, none of those sailors are going home. None of them are. We'll finish that thing. So we'll finish that war. Period. So that's a fascinating thing too. I do think there's a little bit of force projection with potentially no major incursion, only because of the length of time these guys have been out there, and now being pushed off 10 days. It's looking a little taco-ish to me. A little tiny bit taco-ish, or maybe there's some diplomacy going on in the background we don't know about or something. It's a little long in the tooth when you start saying 10 days, and you're like, yeah, these fucking sailors are going to be home by April. More than likely, like an 80% chance they'll be back by then. So it's either it looks closer to diplomacy and taco time, or there's a little bit of, which you shouldn't see in the military, which is, hey, we'll wrap this up in a weekend and be gone. Most military planners know that shit goes wrong and you could be there way longer than you say. The last time something like that happened, where it was all fucked up, was when Rumsfeld said that the operation would take like fucking 3 days, 6 days, a month max, and that's not what happened. There could be a little bit of that, some chicken hawk, war hawk kind of behavior. Maybe it's Heg Seth doing that shit, saying that shit, and knowing that people are going to be there longer.
And I mean,
I don't think the military themselves, like active generals and stuff, that they think for a minute that you won't be there longer than April. So it could be a little bit of war hawkish stuff. It could be a little bit of diplomacy, one or the other. But that volatility is pushed off now is the point. Oil is like geared for it, and market is geared for it, and that is now being pushed off into month end at minimum. I don't think it's going to happen, guys. Like, I don't think, I think if it does happen, it's going to be in mid-March. You line them all up, you get everybody on the same page, and then you make them rest on their laurels. That hurry up and wait thing is real. Like, just when you think that nothing's going to happen, you get the order and you go. And it's not until everybody's bored, usually. So this is kind of the line right here. This is kind of it. We're just waiting for a reason to go down. We do have Trump speaking at 4 p.m., so I'm wondering what he's going to say at 4 p.m. He was supposed to speak about the economy. I don't. If he's late, it's after close. So even if you get like a squeeze or something, he typically says things after the close that are kind of bad for market. Usually, can't say it's going to happen today, but usually bad for markets. And then he comes back the next morning, typically, and tries to save the market in his way. There's a little bit wrong place here. But I want to warn you into tomorrow. It's now 2:52, so it's almost 3 p.m. I just want to warn you into tomorrow that all the rules are broken to go down. Every rule is broken. Unlike yesterday, today, every fucking rule, every single rule that you could have to not say we're not going down is now broken. So you have to be very careful into tomorrow. Now, last night when I did charts last night, I was doing charts late last night, and sorry for my sloppy writing last night. You saw I had some misspellings in places. I'd worked such a long day that I was getting pretty tired late last night. So I do want to tell you that when I was charting last night, I had different issues, indexes, and symbols, stock symbols and indexes all over the place for today and tomorrow, which speaks to OPEX, that I would not rely upon the entire market tomorrow for market moves. Okay, so it's not as big as a QuopX, but I think this is big enough of an OPEX tomorrow that some of your tickers, you might see your ticker go moon. You might see your ticker go sideways all day long. You might see one ticker going moon and another ticker going straight to the depths of hell. And you should not correlate that with the entire market. And I think this OPEX in particular, for not being a quarterly OPEX, I was a little shocked last night when I was going through the market. I was like, this thing's going to go moon. I'm like, this thing should be crashing. And usually they're all in line by sector and by risk on, risk off type sectors. It's usually some consistency in there. And when I was charting last night, there was no consistency. And so it spoke to me, at least, saying, be careful tomorrow for OPEX. If your favorite stock, you're like, this thing's going to the moon, and it starts blasting down, and you see an index going up, and you're like, why the fuck is the index not going down? My favorite stock or something like that. Just be careful on this OPEX in particular. You know, I don't want to say that. I want to say this, but I don't want to say it because I don't want. You might be like, "Oh, it didn't work here, Cap." But 7 out of 10 times, if your stock has done really well, your symbol did really well this month. Be careful of a bloodbath. If it hasn't already started today, it'll start by tomorrow morning. If your stock has been beaten down and it's at the lows going into tomorrow, it could squeeze all day long. It's not every stock, but like if your most shorted stuff that's in the dumpster could be coming up quite violently into the close to try to destroy some of that chain so that to pay it. So just be wary of that stuff tomorrow. For some reason, this OPEX in particular, for me at least, for not being a quarterly OPEX, it's unusual to see this many different reads across market into tomorrow. Now, saying that, we got to talk about tomorrow here, and every rule is broken at this point. So every rule is broken to drop to the downside right now. Like if you have rules. So the warning that I'm going to give you here is, or a warning I'm going to give you here is, if you are a bull, if you've watched the videos on the website and stuff like that, we have the daily trigger here, right? We got the daily trigger. We have the hourly trigger. And price, right? Price, HT, DT. I'm going to keep it really simple here. Price is under those three. You know how I feel about this stuff. Time of year, that kind of stuff. You really need to see, for safety for bulls, you really need to see something like this hourly trigger up here. And you need to see price having made one high and a second high to have some kind of comfort. Hey, this is supportive. Momentum is on my side. To be executing longs on back tests. Until that happens, or we capitulate. And I mean capitulate. Big V-shaped recovery. There's no safety in here for you as a bull, so you have to play it by ear. You have to play it like day to day if you're going to try to time the breakout or a breakout, and you can't trust that it's not sustainable, like this one right here, not sustainable, right? So I just want you to be aware of that, and then I want you to be aware of the intraday rules have all been broken today. They weren't broken yesterday. They were broken today. So with that being said, for an outlook for tomorrow, regardless of anything here, I want to show you a few things, okay? Just a few things here. So let's just look at this. And I want you to pay attention to this candle in particular here. This one right here is in particular I want you to pay attention to. This is the weekly candle for December 15th. And if price is able to break down below this white line right here, it opens a door to begin trading all this stuff over here. Now, we're not there yet. And I wouldn't be, if anyone out there is telling you like, we're going to do this and then we're going to do this, don't listen to them. It's untradeable, literally untradeable. You can trade this, you can trade that, but that's all you can trade. If you break through here, you can then take this trade down. So this is a whole separate trade. So when you hear people say things like stock market's going to crash, this is going to happen, that's going to happen, don't listen to those fucking people. They disappear, come back, they disappear, they come back, they're wrong. You know, like they're fucking right once a year, literally once a year. So, and I know the put market is all puts right now, like puts. So there's a lot of fear out there right now, but there shouldn't be. There's nothing in the market that says we're going to trade. Literally nothing in the market saying we're going to trade down there. Zero in the market saying that. There is something in the market saying we're going to trade down here. But that's about it. That's all it's saying right now. So all these OTM puts and all this like craziness and whatever, I find it to be unfounded at this point in the market. So there's a few things we got to talk about here, which is this key level right here for bulls. Key level for bulls is 672.82. You don't want to see the market go down any lower than 672.83. You just don't want to see it. You just don't want to see it. The other thing to pay attention to is this could be bullish. You know, if you get a back test on this next one right here, where we have a little bit of like unclenched to the downside, and it just turns into an accumulation beginning of month to go up. So don't get too fucking crazy with the bear calls and all that kind of shit out there. We're going to look at this on a daily basis here and just see where we've broken stuff. Let's take a look at this. This is a daily basis here. We've got, what else we got here? We want to pay attention to this one in particular. This is the one that helps the bulls out. The one where they keep fucking failing. That's 692.21. Bulls need it bad. They can't get it. They've been trying. They can't get it. On the 4-hour basis right here, let's take a look at this. Everything was broken over here. On a 4-hour basis, we'll look at this one right here. We'll make this one red. That's really what you need to know is this one and this one right here. It's kind of all you need to know. Let's go back and check this. Let me just check this on a daily real quick. Yep, and we want to put this one in right here. Shutting the door. Back to the 4, let me just check it real quick. And we got the 1 hour right here. This is pretty bared up over here. Like this is really what the bulls need to do. You know, the bulls have a lot of work. Like they like the bulls kind of need to to save the market. They literally need to go 1, 2 to buy that back test on the daily trigger, have the hourly trigger come up. They're not there yet. And all of these rules are being broken. So for tomorrow into OpEx, and it, by the way, if you're watching the show for free, I cover every night all the indexes, IWM, Qs, SPY, and if you sign up as a pro trader, I cover the entire market expectations. And if anything changes, I redo the entire fucking thing. I do them on all higher time frames. So let's look at the expectations for tomorrow into OpEx. And we're going to look for two things, 1600 and Monday at 9 a.m. We already know where we're going, right? You guys don't need me to tell you, do you? It ain't gonna be pretty. It ain't gonna. Okay, so here's 80. This is it's zeros, of course, but then let me just check this, trade the trigger really quick one more time, and just freeze a snapshot of it. Just want to check to see what the 1 dates and 2 dates and 3 dates are saying here. Yank 'em. Give me just one quick second here. So, well, I guess we can work on this. There's 80, there's 75, there's 72, and then we want to draw one more down here at 70. Because that's a big fat 0, 2. Actually, we'll make these dotted so that we can differentiate between can't touch this number, if we touch that number kind of stuff. Tight there, get rid of that. Okay, here we go. Net gamma 675. So this is the target down here. A big magnet down here for 675. It's the largest magnet on net gamma for tomorrow. I should see. Let's take a look at what's expiring tomorrow too. Tomorrow for OpEx, at this point, we're back to 4.19 billion expiry tomorrow. Pretty big expiry for tomorrow. Largest expiry right now, all the way out into April. Currently. That will change, of course, after we leave the month. Let me just check the 1 dates really quick. 1 date 690, 675. And then 2 dates, 650 and 693. So a wide range of outcomes for tomorrow. The first thing I want to warn you of is that there is squeeze risk still due to the number of puts inside of the market. But if those puts die enough tomorrow on expiry, and then Sunday, Monday. There is the ability to unclench into tomorrow. So this is what I'm going to leave you with for tonight. Hang tight here. Right up in, where's the close here? 1600 right here. And when this is 1600 tomorrow on Friday. 680. 675. Right there. A second here. So 675. And then the real danger here is on Monday. So here's no, this is Tuesday. Hold on, I got this wrong. Wait a minute here. 675. This is 9 a.m. Into the close for tomorrow, 75. Move that back a little bit. Here's your hourly trigger just so you can see it. So you have some ability to squeeze up here, sell it down, bury this stuff into tomorrow's close. Now the danger, if we go this route to down below, is that when we come back on Monday, the magnet is 650. So this is Monday at 1600. And the magnet is 650 way down here. Now, there are people calling for a crash. This is not a crash. They're wrong. I think this is 9% or 6% or something like that. That's 5%. So no, we're not near a crash. Nowhere near a crash. I don't know why they're saying, will stocks crash? Will the market crash? I don't see that. So that's out of the realm of possibility. But I want you to be wary of this right here. I want to be wary of tomorrow some kind of a bloodbath down in here into Friday close. Last few minutes of the close tomorrow on OpEx, just getting hammered to the downside down here. If we get hammered down there, I don't think that we squeeze on Monday. Now, maybe the setup here is Iran. Maybe the thought process is, hey, we're going to attack Iran over the weekend. We'll bring it down to OpEx down here, and then we'll have Iran send us down to the 50s, and there's your crash. So this is the outlook because of all the rules broken into tomorrow. Okay? And I will draw this in. As a dotted line. Just down in here. Now, so listen to me closely here. So we talked about Iran, right? Or Iran. And even though all of these rules are broken for this trade lower tomorrow, you know, if we're not going to get let me put this over here, about an hour here. There it is. There's the second. And you want the contra trade here. So this is the second. This is now where Iran is, right? If you want the contra trade, the top side for tomorrow is 690. And this is, I think this is all, I'll check it right now, but this is 1600. And this is 690, there's 692 and then 7. $700. And this plays into the McGilligot story, which we already saw before McGilligot said it. But I want, if you want a contra trade here, I'm not on the contra trade. But if you were looking for some kind of doom, this is month end, and you would repeat this process again. So if you can't get the party time with Iran down here and we start squeezing tomorrow, they would set this up again. You'd come back down to month end, and you'd be closing here for OpEx. You'd have this about the same price for month end, and then you'd be waiting for the same doom trade for the war or whatever with Iran. So the only fly in the ointment here. So let's top line this again. So all the rules are broken for this trade to the downside. The only thing that is no longer here is the catalyst. U.S. Goes to war with Iran tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday for this big down move into the 650s. So you've got rules all broken, trade is lower, and you've got Iran and U.S., but the Iran and U.S. is now gone. So when we come into tomorrow for OpEx, if you begin to see, and this is the part about OpExes that I want to talk to you about, if you see at any point tomorrow on OpEx, we come into like 9 a.m. tomorrow, and you're like, okay, Cap, I'm not short yet. I didn't get short up here, and I want to get short. You can wait. You can wait until tomorrow. If you start seeing the market blood down on the opening bell, big red bar, you can get in on this down to the close. I just don't think it'll go that deep. I think it'll go up. Personally, I don't think you have the catalyst over the weekend to get down into the 50s at this point. So for tomorrow, worst case scenario, I see 675. And this is a weekly right here. That's the worst that I see. I don't see this tomorrow. I don't see it. And this could be a catalyst to go higher again. I just don't see it. You need a reason to get down here, and you ain't getting it with Iran unless they attack and we don't know and they're just lying or some shit like that. And the other thing I would say to you is that if you see this break higher tomorrow on OPEX, if you see that because we don't have the catalyst, they start doing this shit, close your fucking puts because they're going to run your ass up. Now, this is the contra trade. I am not on the contra trade. I am on this trade down here. If you want to snip this at home for yourself or whatever, this is what I expect to happen for tomorrow. 680, 675, somewhere down in here. And I see the 75 too because those puts are loaded. They do have to murder them a little bit. If they could like murder puts tomorrow and then you go wham straight down halfway through the day and then wham straight down to the end of the day, you've printed all of those shitty fucking puts and you've burned them so they're worthless by tomorrow morning. And then you can kind of unclench to the upside. You get the Vanna trade and the charm and all that kind of bullshit. But just be aware that this is still the way lower for tomorrow due to the rules being broken to the downside. If you don't like that trade, if you're like, hey, Cap, you know what? You're wrong, buddy. It's going to be moonshot all day long tomorrow and then 700 on next week. You take your own trades. I'm fine with that. I think there's big danger up in here, big danger in here. You got big danger right up in there, and you can see them right here. There's a trap in here for you again. You can just see it right there. It's clear as fucking day. This is a cliff. You see it's just a cliff to the downside. So I got no trade here long unless I would need to see something like, I literally need to see like, I would need to see this one right here, and then start talking about trying to catch this kind of a dip in here. Something like this. I would need to have like that hourly trigger up there. That hourly trigger should be in the low and turning up. It's just not quite there yet. So I've got us going down here into tomorrow. If you want to snip that, you can. No place for a bull right now in my view. The only saving grace I got for you is Iran being pushed, if that's true. Barring something we don't know, unknown unknowns with that, the catalyst for 650 I think is gone for now. If you wanted an excuse to send this down to 650, I don't know what other catalyst it could be. Epstein, maybe? Maybe there's something about Epstein we don't fucking know. I'm looking for anything to send us to 650. And the only two things that I've got is something unknown from Epstein that goes public. Maybe there's a video. Maybe there's pictures. There was a representative yesterday that said that he witnessed or saw stuff like that. And I don't know if they can show that publicly or whatever. Maybe that's the catalyst to go to 650. But you don't have that information. I don't have that information. So we can't plan around that kind of disruption to markets. So the only thing I can tell you for down below is 675 target into tomorrow by close. And potentially they bury this at 1600. Potentially you can see maybe like the literally last 5 minutes, just like straight down. And then a whipsaw back up by after close. Just like literally wham, straight down and then up. You could see something like that. They're very rare, but you get them. It's literally like last 5 minutes, and then it comes straight back up, just like this. Wham, wham. They hit the target, and then we're out of here. They print all those puts, and they're straight back up again for the briefest of moments. There's potential for that. I'd give it like a 15% chance, maybe 30. That's pretty good. It's very rare you see this potential. So just be aware of it into tomorrow. If you want to get long here, you got to be. I'm saying I want to be up here. If you want to get long here, this is not the place to be buying. Potentially, if you're up here, you beat that high, maybe. You could start right there if you wanted. That is 685.5. I would not be a buyer of this shit. I would not be a buyer of this. So down is the way into tomorrow. There's your cup and handle. And I don't know if you'll see this right here. I don't know if you're going to get it like this. Because of no Iran, it's potential to do this, and then wake up on Monday, and then we're up and out of here too. I'm not saying you can't do this. I'm just saying with the Iran stuff, I don't know any other catalysts. Maybe you got something. I don't see anything in the news. The good news for bears, let me put this on a 1 minute so you can see it. The good news for bears, or the good news for bears was Iran. Like if bears had a thesis, it's Iran. You know it's going to start tonight, Saturday, Sunday. And you also had something else on your side too, which was you had something else on your side too. You had next week was a light news week. So we had like, let's put that there for you. So we have like the weakness into OPEX, an unclench, no real unclench on Vixpiration. And you kind of had it set up. You had Iran, US fighting this weekend, and then you had no news next week. We have no data. Like we have some, but it's minimal, which means that the tape will be looking for news stories to sell for volatility. And if you had Iran and US, that would work to your advantage. If you've got no data next week and the tape picks up on some kind of like bad shit with Iran, US, that would be good for you as a seller. But without that catalyst next week, we could go anywhere next week with the news that comes out. Maybe your only other hope is this Epstein shit, because I don't see anything else. I can't see anything next week that could send us lower to that 650. It's the only thing that I can see. I don't see us like trading down there just because. The buyers will step in. They're going to step in at 80. They're going to step in at 70 and 72. They're going to step in and buy it all up. So you'd need a better reason. And the only reason I can think of is something like that. You guys have any ideas? Maybe I'm missing something. And without those ideas, McElligot's idea of a squeeze is there's potential for it. If you don't have the catalysts, fuck you gonna do? No war right now. You got no fucking war. You got nothing to hedge against. If you got an idea out there, I'll read the chat. I'm reading the chat. Anybody got an idea? Okay, I don't have an idea. If you guys have something that I'm missing, because I don't see any other thing that it could be. It's either Epstein or the war. You got no debt. I mean, you had it set up. You got the fucking. You had Iran. U.S. was a lock. Supposedly, the news told you that it was a lock. I didn't. In the brief last night, I told you they were wrong. And of course, I'm fighting against fucking people you trust. Well, it's going to happen this weekend. I'm like, that shit ain't happening. They're out of their fucking skulls thinking that's happening that quick. But I was in the army, so I can tell you that shit ain't happening. If it did happen, it would be I would consider it to be very poor judgment from military leaders to happen that quick. So for the size of this group, like this group is big. things can go wrong. So at any rate, I'm trying to find a reason. The only thing I can think of would be Epstein. That would be it. Something that big that could send us to 650 that violently over the course of 7 days. You need something worse than even the minutes doesn't give it. I checked the 3 and 6 month last night. It's going to be flat, and we're going to get cuts too. We're still getting cuts. As far as I can see from the 3 and 6 month, it looks like we're going to be flat, and then we're going to get cuts. I should have described that this morning to you guys, but they're like really in a rock and a hard place. They really need those 2 fucking cuts so they can start a fucking hiking cycle. They're really in a pickle right now. So I don't see the 650 because of that. No cuts, maybe. That's a stretch, but I don't see it. No cuts is good for market. If you don't know that. So I don't know what to say to you. Anybody got an idea as to what could send us lower? I'm trying to write this from the Bears' perspective. Even the briefs, I'm like, you got it all set up. You got no news next week. You're gonna run and in the U.S., even though I don't think it's gonna happen. You know, you've got Epstein. That would be the only other thing I could think of. That we don't know something that's gonna break. So someone's gonna leak something. That's all I got. Nothing else. So 675, worst case scenario tomorrow. Be careful of so top line tomorrow, expectation 680, 675. If we go down there, we might get a nice big flush down below to warn us about the Iran war later on to unlock. Okay. On the flip side of that, the contra side of that, if tomorrow you start to see the market squeeze off the opening bell, dump that whole thesis and watch out for a gamma squeeze to the upside. That's the only thing I can tell you at this point. And it's okay for you to have a plan and for the market not to go to the way that you expect it to go. I want you to remember something here, that you're a retail trader. You have only so much information, only so many tools, only so many rules. You abide by those things, right? And you write yourself a plan. And if it goes against your idea of what's going to happen, you have the plan that tells you, hey, you violated your plan. You need to go the other direction. So you lick your wounds and you take that long or short or whatever, and you make your money back that way. You cannot get caught up. Like, if you have a plan and it goes your way, it's awesome. If you have a plan and it goes against you, you have to manage that trade so that you only take small cuts, and then you jump right back on the opposite side of that trade. You can't just be like, oh, I'm getting caught up. Oh my God, it's not going my way. My thesis is wrong. You know, fucking jerking yourself off or whatever, or I'm going to stay with, or even being like, I'm going to stay with my plan. You have to make money on that other side of that trade for the averages to be in your favor. If you take cuts, you got to jump on the other side of that trade. You can't just be like, oh, I was wrong. Or, oh, I'm sticking with my thesis. Like, that's a part of your winning averages and losing averages. You lick your wounds, you move on, you take the opposite side of that trade. It's why you make a fucking plan. I say this to you all the time. Like, I went on a trip this past year, and on the map it said there's a bridge open. Seriously, bridge is open. I fucking hiked fucking through dog shit sand. The kind of sand that's rounded. Shit that like sucks your feet up like a fucking 6 inches. It was horrible. And I went to this bridge and it was out. And did I just go, oh, fuck, I'm going to walk across the bridge and fucking fall off it? No. Did I cry like a baby and go home? No. I fucking looked in the map, found another route, and said, I'm going to take that route and guess where we need to go. And that's where we did. We went and took that route and got where we needed to go. You should be trading the stock market with that same mentality. Same mentality. If that makes any sense simplified to you, that's as fucking dumbed down as it can get. So tomorrow, expectations. A little bit higher here into the close. We come into 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. We'll get a decision as to which way we're going. I lean towards the downside move tomorrow. I would need to be proved wrong on open tomorrow that we start that squeeze. This is the same setup as Wednesday. This is the same. This is the same setup as Wednesday. Basically, it's walking the fucking plank again. And the only thing I'll give the benefit of the doubt to here is the Bears. they have hit everything they need to do to go to the downside. They've done everything they need to do at this point to go down. Everything is there. Maybe not when you want it to go down, but you've done everything you need to do to go down. So I can't fault you if you're a bear out there, a seller. The only thing I want to tell you as a seller is you ain't got to run, bro. And I don't know how you get something on your side that could help the price to go down deeper than 75, I guess. And the options market doesn't support you to go down below that to 50 unless you have a catalyst. You're not just going to trade down there because people bought puts. That ain't happening. Those are hedges for something like Iran or Iran or Epstein. That's all it is. They're long the market. They're just hedging those bad outcomes. This is not directional down for bearish sentiment. So you kind of need that on your side. You need something volatile, some kind of volatility. Yeah, and that's the other thing. I posted an email that I got this morning from a sub seller that was like, we're gonna crash tomorrow. And I measured it. I'm like, crash is 20%. I don't fucking see 20% next week. I don't see it. As a matter of fact, in fucking 2026, in January and February, both of those lows were only 9%, 8%. So I don't see what the fuck could send us down to 20%. I don't see it. What kind of catalyst that would take would have to be something fucking horrific. Like, horrific. And if you're trading that horrific shit, you're out of your minds. To even want to trade that, like, what are you trying to say? You want 1,000 U.S. sailors to die or something, or you want a nuclear bomb to go off, or you can't trade that shit. You buy those fucking dips if those things happen. You'll always be that person in life, even if you're in sell side. Don't ever be wishing for like a bunch of loss of life or something tragic or horrific to happen. That's bad. Don't do that, man. Okay, into the close. Float up. The market is supportive right now from dealers into the close. They'll be supportive into tomorrow to a certain point. They stop needing to be supportive though, as all those puts die tomorrow. They stop needing to be supportive. So maybe we get a nice little unclench to the downside in the close tomorrow. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to find something for him. Like, there's nothing in the data. They tried to spin some shit this morning about. I saw some negative spin on what? Fucking shit they were spinning this morning. They were saying, fucking Christ, fucking Bears, man. Like, the fucking can't fucking win here. They were spinning continuing jobless claims and continuing jobless claims. You can't fucking make a story with a weekly jobless report. Even a monthly, you can't. There's no fucking story there. So if you read that story today, maybe that was pushed out on socials or something, stay the fuck away from that shit. They were trying to pigpile on the rest of this other stuff, like the Iran stuff. So if Iran hit, they'd say, see, I told you it was jobless claims, but it's not. It's not jobless claims. You're not putting a fucking story together on a weekly report. I fucking swear to God. Fucking God. We're going to crash the stock market for a weekly jobless claim. Like, you can't do that, dude. If there was another reason, I'd say yes. Something material, or you want to pig pile on to tell a story, that's fine. But you're not fucking going to 650 because of fucking weekly jobless claims. I'm sorry. Get out of here. We're not going to entertain that. Nuke from the Middle East. You think it'll be started by the Middle East? I don't know. I'm trying to think, like, nuke Middle East, perpetrated by the Middle East. I'm That's a tough one. Just getting a nuke intercontinental is not easy. And even if you did, it's one. I shouldn't say that, but if there's anything that makes me fearful from like a smaller country, probably drones or some kind of biological weapon. The highest probability be something like that. Drones or some kind of release of some kind of biological weapon. It's probably the easiest and cheapest way to do something horrible. And if Iran was to do something, like something worse, probably a cyber attack on the U.S. for them. I'd put more. If I was like directing Iranians what to do if you really wanted to hurt America, probably they have a really good potential to hurt us with a cyber attack. Something really crushing. Probably more damage than a dirty bomb or even drones. If you're a smaller group, maybe something like drones or a biological agent. I would try to cultivate it here in the U.S. or something like that, and then release it into public water. Try to do it. Public water would be the way to disperse it. I shouldn't talk about that stuff. But anyways, I don't know what I was entertaining what someone said about nukes. I don't think you got a nuke from the Middle East. But if you did, it probably would be a country you wouldn't expect. Turkey or something like that. If there was like a country that I was most afraid of, probably them. Turkey, Pakistan, something like that. No offense to Pakistanis if you're Turkish. I'm just thinking about the ability to do something like that. Potential to do something like that. I don't think Iran has that potential to do something like that. Not yet. I don't think so. Yeah, cyber attack. If there was a cyber attack, you would entertain that. If there was a cyber attack, you would not get paid. It'd be like a GME situation. Not only that, you'd probably have they have these like new things today. Like they have like circuit breakers today. They didn't have that in '87. But they also have insurance today. The banks have insurance for something like that. If something like that happened, you wouldn't. You get fucked. They would fuck you. By the time the market opened, it would have recovered more than likely. Yeah, I don't think you get paid for that. I know I get a knock on the door. Please, I probably am on a list. It's of somebody's list somewhere. I probably am at this point on someone's list. Too many videos, too many live streams. I'm safe. I'm an American. I love America. I'm a veteran. I'm a Democrat, but I still love America. I know I'm one of the weird Democrats. They don't talk about Democrats like me on the news because it doesn't sell the news. It doesn't sell newspapers, and the DNC can't keep control of people like me. They don't like guys like me. Just thinking about that, I'm like, man. I shouldn't even talk. I'm gonna stop talking. Watch this close here, trading sideways. I still think it's Twitter. I don't call it X. Sometimes I do, but it's rare. To me, it'll always be Twitter. I'll never think that it's X. I don't care what they fucking call it. It's always Twitter. It's like one of the world's best icons I've ever seen. It's like perfect. Like Twitter tweets, like perfect. What kind of an American are you? Oh God. Jesus. I was a little pissed off yesterday. There's a thing called Pink Pistols in Detroit, or Metro Detroit. It's for LBGTQ people to learn how to or get a concealed carry permit, and the Leo that was supposed to host part of the class canceled, and people are talking about it, and they're like, they probably canceled because they're on the right, and I wouldn't want a Leo officer there anyways. And I was like, why? I was like, I'll talk about this. Like, when you want reform in the police department, you know how you get that reform? I mean, you get it by voting, but you don't fucking vote. And then you also get it from reform, but you also get it from keeping people in those roles that are maybe are not your stereotype. They're needed in our law enforcement. You need people that are, it's not just law enforcement. If you have a group that's all liberal, you need some Republicans in there or right-leaning people in there too. So there's some honesty in there. Do you know what I mean by that? Like, the military is like that too. There were moments for me in the military where, you are looked up to because you're not that guy. You're like, I served with a lot of people that were that guy, and I'm the guy that's not that guy. I'm the thinker. I'm the guy that's saying, we got to do this, we got to do that, and then we're going to go right fucking through them, right? And they trusted me because of that, and you kind of need that. So when I was talking to people last night, I'm like, it's okay to have some Leo on your fucking side. That's going to stop you from getting fucking pummeled in a fucking alleyway by some cops, man. Like, you get one cop there that's not that fucking guy. You know what I mean? What are you going to do? You want them all to be fucking, like, I don't know. So I was like scratching my head on that. Like, I was like, whatever. I don't know. I don't think every police officer, every soldier is your stereotypical bad guy. Even though you're told that by everybody. If you're not on a few lists right now, you're doing it wrong. I think everybody's on a list these days, right? With Flock and with Palantir. I went down the Palantir rabbit hole. Fucking Christ. Like, the Flock cameras, they take pictures of damage on your vehicles, where you drive. They want to know where you're fucking shopping. Like, I think everybody's basically on a list today, right? Is anybody not on a list today? I guess if you're not on a list of some kind, you probably should be on a list. At this point. Yeah, the Flock stuff's wild, man. It's not just Flock, it's everywhere. Like two-factor authentication, banking, biometrics. Your phone does biometrics on you. It's everywhere. Like, everyone's bitching about Discord, and I'm like, are you the guy that's in the jerk off Discords or something? Are you looking at CP? Or are you looking at like fucking anime titties and stuff? Like, are you that guy? Like, I don't know. Like, Discord's doing something that everybody else is doing today. Think about like every part of your. It's like it bugs the fuck out of me, because I'm like, then you don't vote. Like, that shit bugs the fuck out of me. Like, internet rage about something, but then, like, I don't want to be tracked, bro. Okay, well, then why the fuck did 31% of you? It's not just Dems. Republicans had like a 33% turnout rate. Democrats had a 31% turnout rate. Like, so when I see like the internet rage, I'm just like, go fuck yourself. I'm like, go fuck yourself. I'm like, the fact that none of you fucking vote. Like, I'll listen to somebody on the right that voted, somebody on the left that voted, but so many people don't actually fucking vote that I'm just like, I pay like little attention to the internet rage. I'm like, go vote, dude. It's all you have to fucking do. It's vote. That's it. Vote. It's that fucking simple. It is that simple, and there's no excuse. Well, I got to keep a job, or my job won't let me off. Like, you fuckers can go out there and ask for that time off. You can do mail-in ballots. You can fucking say, I need next Tuesday off, or 2 weeks from now, or 3 weeks from now to go vote. I'll be late on Tuesday or something. And if it really meant that much to you, you fucking just go into work late. You leave for lunch and go fucking vote. It's that fucking simple. Vote. And until you do, I give you nothing. Your internet rage means nothing to me. I don't give a flying fuck about your internet rage. 31% and then internet rage. Yeah, fuck off with that. Go vote. My vote doesn't count. I don't give a fuck. Like, I really don't. This goes for everybody. You give a fuck what you are. MAGA, Republican, Democrat, Antifa, fucking Antichrist. You're Satanist. I don't care what you are. Vote. It's that fucking simple. It's not that hard. It's that simple. Go vote. It's the biggest thing you can do in life is go vote. Participate. It's the only thing that you can do. I can't believe people don't vote. It blows my mind. I can't believe every time, or I should say, like, every time I go vote, I look at the eligible voters in my community. I look at the registered voters in my community, and then I do the ratio of who I voted for. I'm like, I just fucking voted for fucking 300 people today. I literally just casted a vote for 300 people today. I can't fucking believe they gave me that ability today. They let me vote for them today. Like, I can't believe motherfuckers don't care if I'm voting for them. Okay. So be it. And then they go and whine and bitch, and I'm like, fuck all you motherfuckers. You didn't vote. I did. Fuck off. Yeah, baby. These nuts, Harambe. Vote, baby. That's the only thing you can do. Vote, 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 vote. Don't care what you are either. MAGA, vote. Get out and fucking vote. You're exercising your rights as an American. I believe in that shit, man. Vote, 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 vote. Can't say it enough. Vote. And it's a landslide. MAGA wins by a landslide. Like, hey, they won with conviction. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I had two groups of voters, 31% of eligible voters, registered voters. Fucking insane. Not even eligible. Registered. That shit was crazy. 31%. Bitching and whining about losing. Fuck on out of here. Go vote. Run for office. Run for office. Vote. That's what you got to do. I didn't like any of the candidates. You vote, though, or you run then. Get your friends together. Get out there and vote. You got to vote. It's that simple. Coming into close right now. Maybe a little bit of squeeze in action coming in the close here. A little bit of pinning action. Half-hour triggers underneath the daily or the hourly trigger, very bearish. Should maybe make that a little bit smaller. Don't expect this move into the close here. Expect it to end right there. I'll put a little thing up there for you. Right here. Vote, vote, vote. Can't believe people don't vote. Can't believe it. Is that it right there? It's right there. Right there. That's your target. Get out on that target. Even if it goes higher, get out on that target. Take your money and run. Let FOMO do the rest up there. Don't mess around with any of this stuff up here. Just leave that to FOMO gang. You know what happens to them. They get eaten alive. Make that bigger for you. Good job getting out. Take the money and run. Make that bigger for you there so you can see it. Here comes FOMO gang now.
Voice news disconnected.
I don't see market on close. It should be up here in just a minute. This to you here.
Ten seconds.
Right there. You can see it better.
Market on close imbalance. S&P 500 sell side 520 million. Nasdaq 100 sell side 520 million. Dow 30 sell side 163 million. Mag 7 sell side 175 million.
Surprised there's so many sellers here. I'll post this for you in the Discord. If it changes drastically, I'll repost it again. Yeah, they're low numbers, even though it's sell-sided. They're very low numbers. It's not a ton of selling. It's in the low millions here. That's a good mug. Probably get one more hook up here. There might be one more trade up in here. Into the close here. You got the tick right here. There's one more trade in here. That was a good tick right there. Should be one more push here. Pound it. More. This is where the sellers are. They're right here. There it is right there. Slap them. These are your intraday sellers right here. It's a nice hit right there. That looks good. I like that into this close. Sellers are weak into tomorrow. What's that? You want to get out here? And don't go up there. You're going to send that shit down. Watch out for a big flush.
According to sources, Venezuela's refineries are working at about 35% of capacity, or 450,000 barrels per day of crude processing.
You want to put him back up there to see if he smashes him again? They were here. They now moved up. They're right here. Make sure you check tonight's brief. I look at it at 9 p.m. every night and then put the brief out. I want to see it smack into the sellers. They're now right here. Just before, there we go. They got them right there, right on the close. Woo! All right, see you tomorrow.